The stars do not speak in words. They speak in gravity, in the slow, agonizing pull of celestial bodies, and in the sudden, violent bursts of gamma radiation that can sterilize a sector in a heartbeat. For eons, the great consensus, the collective consciousness of the burning giants, had watched the galaxy with cold, thermonuclear indifference. To a star, a billion years is a Sunday afternoon. To a star, the rise and fall of an empire is nothing more than a flicker of static on the cosmic background radiation. But then there were the humans. The consensus had gathered in the deep void between the Perseus arm and the galactic core. They communicated through the resonance of the vacuum itself. The great red giant of the Antares system, a bloated, dying god of fusion, pulsed a question that rippled through the fabric of spacetime. The bipedal infestation has reached the third tier of Kardashev development. Antares hummed, its voice a low-frequency groan that shook the foundations of nearby moons. They are loud. They are messy. They have begun to cage our brothers in Dyson swarms, stealing the very lifeblood of the celestial. They are an inconvenience, should they be extinguished. The debate was not held in a courtroom, but in the gravitational dance of the stars. The stars turned to the elders, the ancient, hyper-advanced alien civilizations that had long ago transcended the need for flesh and bone. These were the custodians, the species that the stars actually respected. The stars asked the elders a simple question: are the humans worth the space they occupy? The response from the Xyloth, a race of crystalline beings who had mapped the laws of physics before Earth's oceans had even formed, was a sharp, jagged transmission. They are a paradox, the Xyloth signaled. They are fragile. A single solar flare could wipe their digital history. A medium-sized asteroid could reset their biological evolution, yet they do not act like they are fragile. They act like they own the dark. The stars flickered in contemplation. To the celestial giants, fragile was a sin. The universe was a crucible of heat and pressure. If you could not withstand the weight of a sun, you did not deserve to exist. Show us, the stars commanded. Show us why we should not turn their sun into a supernova and be done with the noise. On the bridge of the UNS Iron Will, Captain Elias Thorne didn't feel like a paradox. He felt like a man who hadn't slept in 36 hours and was currently holding a lukewarm cup of synthetic caffeine that tasted like battery acid. The Iron Will was not a sleek ship. It wasn't a silver needle of light like the Xyloth vessels or a shimmering cloud of nanites like the progenitors. It was a 3-kilometer-long slab of reinforced tungsten and industrial-grade steel. It was held together by thermal stress rivets, prayer, and the sheer stubbornness of the engineering crew in Deck 12. It looked less like a spaceship and more like a skyscraper that had been knocked over and fitted with massive fusion torches. Status on the atmospheric stabilizers? Thorne asked. His voice was a gravelly rasp, the product of breathing recycled air for 20 years. Failing, sir, the lead engineer, Sarah Jenkins, replied over the comms. She sounded just as tired as he was. The gravitational shear from the binary stars is tearing the hull plating on the starboard side. We're losing pressure in the hydroponics bay. If we stay in this orbit another hour, the Iron Will becomes the iron accordion. Thorne looked at the view screen. Below them lay Aegis IV, a hellish rock of a planet rich in the rare isotopes needed to power Earth's crumbling power grids. It was a death trap. The two stars above, a blue dwarf and a yellow sun, were locked in a violent dance, stripping the atmosphere of any planet caught in their wake. "We need those isotopes," Thorne said. It wasn't a command, it was a fact. If we leave without them, the colonies on Mars freeze, the orbital shipyards shut down. We don't have a choice. "Captain," a junior sensor officer interrupted, his voice trembling. "I'm picking up something. It's not the stars, it's a broadcast, but it's not on any human frequency. It's coming from everywhere. The vacuum itself is vibrating." Thorne narrowed his eyes, put it through the translator. The bridge grew silent. The hum of the life support systems seemed to fade as a sound filled the room. It wasn't a language. It was a series of mathematical constants followed by a terrifyingly clear image projected onto the main screen. It was a map of the Sol system, and over the sun there was a countdown. The stars were not just watching, they were judging. The Xyloth observers watched the iron will through sensors that bypassed the 3 dimensions of normal space. They saw the tiny, soft-bodied organisms scurrying inside the metal shell. They saw the fear in their heart rates and the exhaustion in their neural patterns. "Observe," the Xyloth signaled to the consensus. "The humans are aware of the threat. They know the stars are weighing their souls. Watch how they respond." In any other civilization, the response would have been one of two things: total atmospheric panic or a desperate, pleading prayer to the heavens. The Xyloth had seen thousands of species meet their end. Most spent their final hours in chaos. The humans did neither. On the Iron Will, the countdown didn't cause a riot. It caused a shift in the atmosphere. The exhaustion didn't vanish, but it was buried under a layer of cold, industrial resolve. "Jenkins," Thorne said, his voice dropping an octave, "how long to finish the isotope extraction?" 40 minutes if we push the drills to 120% capacity," she replied. "But the heat sinks will melt. We might lose the drill teams." Thorne looked at the countdown. 35 minutes remained. "Tell the drill teams the situation," Thorne said. "Give them the choice. If they stay, they might die. If they leave, the species starves in the dark." There was a pause, a long, heavy silence that stretched across the bridge. Then the comms crackled. It was the head of the mining team, a man named Miller, who had lost 3 fingers to a hydraulic press 5 years ago. "We heard the broadcast," Captain Miller said. His voice was steady, filtered through the hiss of a pressurized suit. "The boys and I talked it over. We didn't come this far to let a couple of oversized light bulbs tell us when to quit. Keep the ship steady. We're going to 130%. The stars watched. The great red giant of Antares pulsed with a flare of annoyance. "They are arrogant," it rumbled. "They value their petty resources over their biological survival. This is not worthiness. This is madness." "Is it?" the Xyloth replied. "Look closer at their hands." On the surface of Aegis IV, the human machines were screaming. The massive, 4-legged mining rigs were glowing cherry red as they bored into the crust. Steam erupted from the cooling vents, obscuring the horizon in a white shroud. Inside the rigs, the humans weren't praying. They were calibrating. They were bypassing safety protocols with practiced ease. They were using wrenches and welding torches to keep machines running that should have exploded 10 minutes ago. They weren't fighting for glory. They were fighting for the person standing next to them. Suddenly, the blue dwarf star emitted a massive coronal mass ejection, a spear of white-hot plasma aimed directly at the planet's surface. It was a killing blow. The stars were tired of the debate. They wanted to see the infestation burn. "Brace for impact," Thorn roared on the bridge. The iron will groaned as the electromagnetic pulse hit first, frying the external sensors. Then came the heat. The shields designed for deep space travel buckled instantly. The hull began to glow. Inside, the temperature skyrocketed to 120 degrees. "Shields at 5%, Jenkins screamed over the sound of exploding consoles, hull integrity failing on decks 4 through 9. Thorn gripped the arms of his chair, his knuckles white. "Hold the line, Miller, get those isotopes on the shuttle now." "We're loaded," Miller's voice was barely audible through the static. "But the launch pad is buckled. We can't get the shuttle off the ground." Thorn didn't hesitate. "Jenkins, reroute all remaining power to the tractor beams. We're going down to get them." "Sir, if we enter the lower atmosphere in this state, we won't have the thrust to get back out," Jenkins warned. "We'll be trapped. We'll burn up with the planet." Thorn looked at the screen at the countdown that was now at 5 minutes. He looked at the face of his crew. They were terrified. They were sweating. Some were bleeding, but not one of them was moving toward the escape pods. "Then we burn," Thorn said, "but we burn doing our jobs. Move." The iron will tilted its nose down. The massive fusion engines flared with a desperate blue light as the ship dove into the fire. It was a suicidal maneuver. A 3-kilometer-long slab of steel falling through a storm of solar fire to save 30 men and a cargo of rocks. The Xyloth were silent. The consensus was silent. As the iron will breached the lower clouds, its outer hull began to peel away in long, molten strips. The ship was literally disintegrating. But as it hovered over the mining site, the tractor beams locked onto the isotope shuttle. "Package secured," Jenkins yelled. "Get us out of here," Thorn commanded. The engines roared, a sound so loud it could be heard through the thinning atmosphere. The ship strained. The structural beams screamed. For a moment, it seemed the gravity of the planet would win. The iron will hovered, suspended between salvation and the abyss. Then, with a violent shudder that threw everyone on the bridge to the floor, the ship broke the hold of the planet. It clawed its way back into the black, trailing a wake of debris and fire like a wounded bird. The countdown hit 0. The stars waited for the explosion. They waited for the sun to expand and swallow the system. But the great red giant of Antares stayed its hand. The resonance in the vacuum changed. The anger was replaced by something else. A flicker of curiosity. "They saved the few at the risk of the all," Antares hummed. "Why?" "Because that is what they do," the Xyloth answered. They do not calculate the odds of survival, they calculate the cost of failure. And to a human, the cost of leaving a comrade behind is higher than the cost of death. The iron will drifted in the void, a blackened, broken husk of its former self. But inside, the crew was cheering. They were hugging each other, they were weeping, they had the isotopes. The colonies would live. They are loud, the star Regulus chimed in, its white light pulsing softly. They are messy. Their technology is primitive and their bodies are weak. But the Xyloth prompted. But Regulus continued, they have a fire inside them that we do not understand. We burn because of fusion. They burn because of something else, something that does not require hydrogen. The consensus began to shift. The gravitational tides that had been pulling at the Sol system began to relax. The stars were reaching a conclusion. The debate is not over, Antares declared. This was one ship, one crew. We will watch them further. We will see if this fire is a fluke or a flame that can light the galaxy. Captain Thorne sat in his chair watching the stars through the cracked glass of the bridge. He didn't know about the consensus. He didn't know about the Xyloth. He only knew that for some reason the sun hadn't exploded. He looked at his hands, they were shaking. He reached for his cup of synthetic caffeine, but it had spilled during the ascent. Captain, Jenkins asked, walking over to him. She was wiping grease from her forehead. The long-range sensors are back up. The broadcast, the countdown, it's gone. Thorne nodded slowly. Good. Maybe they realized we're too busy to deal with their bullshit. He looked back out at the stars. They looked the same as they always had, cold, distant, and uncaring. But Thorne felt a strange sensation, a prickle on the back of his neck. Get the repair drones out there, Thorne ordered, standing up. We've got a long way to go, and this ship isn't going to fix itself. We have work to do. High above, in a dimension Thorne couldn't perceive, the Xyloth watched the humans begin the grueling process of repairing their ship. They didn't stop to rest. They didn't wait for help. They simply picked up their tools and got back to work. The stars asked if they were worth saving, the Xyloth whispered into the void. But they didn't realize the humans don't want to be saved. They want to be heard. The first chapter of the great debate had closed. The humans had survived the trial of the twin suns. But the galaxy was vast and the stars were old. The tests would only get harder. The industrial grit of humanity had been proven, but their spirit would soon be pushed to the breaking point. Because while the stars were curious, the other civilizations, the ones who saw humanity as a threat to their own dominance, were now listening. And they didn't want to debate. They wanted to silence the noise once and for all. Thorne looked at the screen one last time. Next stop, the Orion shipyards, he muttered. Let's see if we can't make this bucket of bolts even louder. The iron will turned, its engines glowing with a stubborn, defiant light, and disappeared into the dark. The stars watched them go, and for the first time in a billion years, the consensus felt a tremor of something that felt very much like hope, or perhaps it was fear. The humans were coming, and they weren't bringing prayers, they were bringing hammers. The transition from the gravitational violence of Aegis IV to the cold, echoing silence of deep space was a transition the crew of the Iron Will had made 100 times, but never like this. The ship didn't glide, it limped. It groaned in a metallic register that suggested the very atoms of the hull were tired of holding onto one another. In the corridors of Deck 8, coolant mist sprayed from ruptured lines, creating a ghostly fog that swirled around the ankles of damage control teams. Captain Thorne stood in the center of the bridge, his legs braced against the slight, uneven vibration of the primary inertial dampeners. The artificial gravity was fluctuating between 0.8 and 1.2 gs, a nauseating rhythm that made every step feel like walking through a marsh. He ignored it. His eyes were fixed on the tactical overlay, or what was left of it. The screen flickered with ghost images, reflections of the Xyloth transmission that had burned itself into the ship's buffer. Status on the isotope containment, Thorne asked. Stable for now, Jenkins replied. She was patched in from the engineering substation, her face visible on a secondary monitor. She was covered in a film of gray fire-suppressant foam and sweat. The shuttle took some structural damage during the docking, but the lead shielding held. We have enough fuel to get the Mars colony through the next 3 winters, if we can get this ship to a dry dock, that is. And the crew. Jenkins paused, wiping a streak of grime from her cheek. 3 dead in the initial plasma burst. Miller's team has some nasty radiation burns, but they're alive. They're laughing, Elias. They're sitting in the mess hall drinking emergency water rations and betting on how many rivets we lost. Thorne felt a ghost of a smile tug at the corner of his mouth, though it didn't reach his eyes. That's Miller for you. Tell them they get double shifts on the repair drones once we're clear of the gravity well. If they've got the energy to gamble, they've got the energy to weld. He turned his attention back to the forward view screen. The stars were no longer pulsing. The terrifying mathematical countdown had vanished, leaving only the familiar, indifferent diamonds of the Milky Way. But Thorne couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It wasn't the paranoid prickle of a man being hunted. It was the heavy, oppressive weight of being a specimen under a microscope. Millions of light years away, or perhaps just a fold in the fabric of spacetime beside the ship, the great consensus shifted. The Xyloth's jagged, crystalline signals were being intercepted by a third party. The Voral had no physical forms that the humans would recognize. They were a collective of sentient nebulae, vast clouds of ionized gas that thought in centuries and felt in electromagnetic spectrums. They were older than the Xyloth and far more territorial. To the Voral, the stars were not gods or judges, they were resources. And the humans were a blight that was beginning to harvest those resources. The Xyloth are sentimental, the Voral vibrated, a frequency that tasted like ozone. They see the fire in the bipedal creatures and call it soul. We see it and call it combustion. It is a chemical reaction that consumes everything it touches. If they are allowed to spread, they will not stop at Dyson swarms. They will bridge the gaps between galaxies. They will turn the silence into a scream. The great red giant of Antares, the de facto speaker for the stars, felt the Voral's dissent. The trial was for the stars to decide, Antares hummed. The humans faced the fire of Aegis IV and did not break. That is the law of the crucible. The crucible tests strength, not intent, the Voral countered. Watch them now. Watch what they do with the power they have stolen from the stars. On the Iron Will, the stolen power was currently being channeled into the ship's primary communications array. Thorn hadn't ordered it, but the junior sensor officer, a young man named Eris who looked like he'd aged a decade in the last hour, was frantically bypass wiring the signal boosters. "Captain, you need to see this," Eris said, his voice cracking. "I'm not just picking up the Xyloth signal anymore. Now that our sensors have been sensitized by that pulse, I'm seeing a whole layer of the galaxy we've been blind to. It's like we've been living in a house and just realized there are people talking in the next room." Thorn moved to the sensor station. "Translate." "I can't translate the words, sir, but I can translate the intent," Eris said, his fingers dancing over a holographic interface that was spitting out cascades of red and violet data. "There's a debate happening about us. The stars, they're the ones asking the questions, but there are others answering, and some of them sound like they're sharpening knives." Thorn looked at the data. It was a mess of gravitational waves and neutrino bursts. To a normal man, it was noise. To a captain who had spent his life navigating the treacherous currents of the asteroid belts, it looked like a storm front. "They think we're an infestation," Thorn whispered. "They think we're a miracle," Eris corrected, pointing to a softer, golden pulse of data. "That's the Xyloth, I think. They're defending us. But this," he pointed to a dark, jagged spike of interference, "this is something else. It's cold, it's concentrated, and it's moving." Moving, Thorn's hand went to the grip of his sidearm, a reflex he hadn't used in years. "Where?" "Toward the Sol system," Eris said. "It's not a broadcast, Captain, it's a wake. Something massive is traveling through warp space and it's headed straight for Earth's sun." Thorn's blood turned to ice. The stars had asked if humans were worth saving, and apparently someone had decided the answer was no before the trial was even finished. "Jenkins, get up here," Thorn barked into the comms. "Forget the hull integrity. Divert all power to the warp drive. We need to jump now." "Captain, if we jump with the hull in this condition, the sheer stress will peel the iron will like a grape," Jenkins protested. "We need at least 6 hours to secure the primary struts." "We don't have 6 hours," Thorn said, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. "Something is going after home. I don't care if we arrive in Sol as a cloud of debris as long as we get there first to scream a warning." The bridge crew froze. The Iron Will was more than just a name, it was the philosophy of the colonial fleet. You didn't give up. You didn't stop. But this was different. This was a race against a cosmic predator they didn't even have a name for. "You heard the man," Jenkins' voice came through the speakers, devoid of her usual sarcasm. "Load the warp capacitors. If the ship breaks, we'll ride the isotopes home on our backs. Move, you lazy bastards." The ship began to howl. It was a different sound than the groan of the gravity well. It was the high-pitched whine of a machine being pushed past its breaking point. The warp drive, a massive ring of superconducting magnets at the rear of the ship, began to glow with a sickly violet light. The Xyloth observed the maneuver with what could only be described as a shimmer of alarm. They are attempting to intercept the Voral vanguard, the Xyloth signaled to the consensus. They are using a damaged vessel to challenge a Dyson-tier entity. This is not logical. This is tactical suicide. It is beautiful, the star Regulus pulsed. They know they cannot win, yet they accelerate. They are tiny, fragile things, and they are choosing to throw themselves into the gears of the universe to slow them down. The great red giant of Antares watched the iron will vanish into a pocket of distorted space. The Voral will erase them. The Voral do not debate, they consume. If the humans survive this, then the consensus will be forced to intervene. We cannot allow a species that possesses this much fire to be extinguished by mere jealousy. And if they fail, another star asked, its light dimming in anticipation. Then they were just another flicker of static, Antares rumbled, and the galaxy will be quiet once more. Inside the warp tunnel, the iron will was screaming. Thorn held onto the edge of the command console as the walls of the bridge buckled and popped. Rivets turned into lethal projectiles whistling through the air. One caught Thorn in the shoulder, tearing through his flight suit and leaving a jagged red gash, but he didn't flinch. He couldn't. Warp stability at 40%, Aris yelled over the roar of the engines. The Voral wake is pulling us in. We're being dragged along behind it like a tin can on a string. Use it, Thorn shouted. If we're in their wake, we're saving fuel. Close the distance. I want to see what we're fighting. Sir, we can't fight that. Jenkins' voice was nearly lost in the cacophony. Our weapons are mining lasers and point defense cannons. It would be like a mosquito attacking a hurricane. A mosquito can still carry a virus, Thorn muttered. He looked at the isotope canisters on his secondary display. Those isotopes weren't just fuel. They were highly unstable, high-energy refined matter. If they were detonated in the right way inside a warp envelope. Aris, give me the coordinates of the Voral lead vessel, Thorn commanded. I can't get a lock, sir. It's not a ship, it's a cloud of sentient plasma. It's 500 kilometers across. Then we don't need a lock, Thorn said. We just need to hit the center. The iron will begin to disintegrate. The outer layers of the hull were being stripped away by the friction of the warp pocket. The hydroponics bay was gone. The mess hall was a vacuum. The crew was retreating to the reinforced core of the ship, the armored heart where the engines and the bridge were located. Thorn looked at the countdown on his screen, not the star's countdown, but his own. The time until they reached the Sol system. 3 minutes, he whispered. In 3 minutes, the Voral would exit warp space in the heart of the human solar system. They would expand, their ionized gas smothering the sun, turning it into a cold, dark cinder. Billions would die in the first hour. The cradle of humanity would become its tomb. Jenkins, Thorn said into his headset. His voice was suddenly very calm. I need you to evacuate the crew to the escape pods. Now. Elias, the pods won't survive a warp exit, Jenkins said, her voice trembling. They will if I drop the warp field around the rear of the ship and use the remaining momentum to fling you out of the pocket, Thorne said. I've been calculating the vectors. If I stay behind to manually overload the isotope core, the explosion will disrupt the Voral's cohesion. It won't kill them, but it'll knock them out of warp. It'll buy Earth time. You're talking about a suicide run, Jenkins said. I'm talking about a trade, Thorne corrected. One old ship and one tired captain for a world. That's a bargain in any currency. There was a long silence on the other end of the line, then the sound of a heavy breath. The crew won't go. Miller's already trying to bypass the pod locks. He says he's not done with his shift. Thorne looked at the bridge crew. Eris was still at his station, his hands shaking but his eyes locked on the data. The two security officers were standing by the doors, their weapons held across their chests, not because there was an enemy to shoot, but because it was their post. They're not leaving, Captain, Eris said softly. We talked about it on the internal comms. If we're going to be the ones to tell the stars to go to hell, we should do it together. Thorne felt a lump form in his throat. He had spent 20 years thinking he was leading a crew of laborers and mercenaries. He realized now he was leading a family of giants. Fine, Thorne said, his voice thick. If we're doing this, we're doing it right. Eris, sync the isotope detonators to my command. Jenkins, I want every ounce of thrust we have left. We're not just going to hit them. We're going to drive this ship right through their goddamn heart. The iron will surged. The violet light of the warp drive turned a blinding, incandescent white. The ship was no longer a vessel. It was a spear of human defiance, hurtling through the dark toward an enemy that thought it was untouchable. High above, the stars leaned in. The great consensus held its collective breath. The Xyloth stopped their signaling. The universe grew very, very still. The humans weren't just worth saving. They were worth fearing. The iron will hit the Voral wake like a thunderbolt. The warp pocket shattered, space-time buckled, and in the center of the explosion, a tiny metallic voice screamed a message that echoed across every frequency in the galaxy. We are still here. The white-hot bloom of the warp collapse was not a silent affair in the higher dimensions. To the Voral, it felt like a needle driven into a nerve. The iron will didn't just explode. It unraveled, its structural integrity failing at the exact moment its reactor core went supercritical. The resulting shockwave was a messy, violent mixture of Hawking radiation, molten titanium, and the concentrated spite of 84 human beings who refused to die quietly. Thorne felt the bridge disintegrate before he saw it. The screech of tearing metal was replaced by a sudden, pressurized thump as the emergency bulkheads around the command chair slammed shut, encasing him in a coffin of reinforced plasteel. For a heartbeat, there was no sound but his own ragged breathing and the frantic, dying beep of a localized life support monitor. Then the impact hit. It wasn't a physical collision in the traditional sense. The iron will had entered the Voral's gaseous mass while still partially phased between dimensions. The ship didn't hit the nebula, it contaminated it. The highly unstable isotopes intended to fuel the Mars colony for generations were instead flash-converted into a localized singularity. The Voral collective shrieked. a psychic and electromagnetic broadcast that blew out every radio receiver from Jupiter to the Kuiper belt. Their cohesion, a delicate balance of magnetic fields and sentient thought, was shredded. The massive cloud of sentient plasma, once a focused spearhead aimed at the heart of the sun, began to scatter. It was like a swarm of hornets hit by a gust of liquid nitrogen. The individual consciousnesses that made up the Voral were thrown into a state of chaotic entropy. "Report," Thorn croaked, though he knew there was no one to hear him. He was floating. The artificial gravity was gone, replaced by the sickening tumble of a debris field. His vision was swimming in red, half-blood, half-emergency lighting. A flickering holographic display sputtered to life in front of him. It was a miracle of engineering that any part of the ship's computer was still functioning. The iron will had lived up to its name. The core processor, buried deep in the lead-lined center of the vessel, was still ticking. Integrity 0. The computer's voice was a distorted rasp. Atmosphere, localized to command sarcophagus. Warp drive, expended. Target, disrupted. Thorn closed his eyes, a shudder of relief racking his bruised body. They had done it. They hadn't killed the Voral. You couldn't kill a nebula with a single mining ship, but they had broken their stride. They had knocked the predator out of the tall grass. Beyond the shattered remains of his viewport, the vacuum of space was no longer empty. It was filled with the glowing, dying embers of his ship. He saw a piece of the primary hull spinning away, the name Iron will still visible in scorched letters. Somewhere in that debris were Jenkins, Aris, Miller, and the others. They were gone, dissolved into the same stardust that the Xyloth worshipped. "I'm sorry," Thorn whispered to the empty dark. "I'm so damn sorry." But the universe wasn't done with him. The Xyloth, watching from their distant perch, saw the explosion not as a tragedy but as a symphony. The great debate had shifted. The stars themselves were vibrating with the frequency of the human sacrifice. They used their lifeblood to salt the earth, the Xyloth signaled, their crystalline forms glowing with an intensity that rivaled the sun's. They did not plead for mercy. They did not bargain for their lives. They saw a threat to their origin and they became a shield. "The Voral are retreating," the star Sirius pulsed, its light turning a sharp, approving blue. "They are wounded." They did not expect the static to have teeth. "The trial is over," Antares declared, its massive gravitational weight anchoring the conversation. "The humans have proven they are not merely worth saving. They are a necessary component of the galaxy's future. They possess the one quality the elder races lost eons ago, the willingness to burn everything for the sake of a tomorrow they will never see." But the consensus was not unanimous. The Voral, though scattered, were vengeful. And there were other entities, darker, older things that lived in the voids between the stars, who saw the human defiance as an invitation. If the humans were loud enough to be heard by the stars, they were loud enough to be hunted by the Great Hunger. Thorn's sarcophagus continued to drift. He was out of fuel, out of air, and out of time. He watched through the cracked glass as the Earth appeared in the distance, a tiny, fragile blue marble hanging in the black. It looked so peaceful from here. They didn't know how close they had come to the end. They were probably still arguing about taxes, or watching the weather, or falling in love in the shadow of the very sun he had just saved. "At least it's still blue," Thorn murmured. His lungs were starting to burn. The CO2 scrubbers were failing. He felt a strange warmth spreading through his limbs, the deceptive embrace of hypoxia. Suddenly, the space in front of his pod began to ripple. It wasn't the jagged, violent tear of a human warp drive or the oily shimmer of the voral. It was smooth, like a pebble dropped into a still pond. A ship, if you could call it that, emerged. It looked like a cathedral made of light and geometry, a shifting fractal of gold and silver that defied the laws of perspective. It was a Xyloth arc. Thorn watched with fading eyes as a beam of soft, white light enveloped his pod. He felt the tumble of his debris field stop. The violent vibrations ceased. For the first time in his life, Elias Thorn felt a peace that wasn't born of exhaustion. "Captain Thorn," a voice echoed, not in his ears but directly in the center of his mind. It sounded like the chime of 1,000 bells. "The stars have finished their deliberations." Thorn tried to speak, but his throat was too dry. "Do not strain yourself," the voice continued. "Your physical form is damaged, but your fire is intact. You have been summoned, Elias Thorn, not as a specimen, not as a prisoner." The pod was pulled into the heart of the golden fractile. The walls of his metal coffin seemed to melt away, replaced by a vast, shimmering hall that looked out onto the entirety of the galaxy. He saw the nebulae, the pulsars, and the dark ribbons of the void. He saw them not as distant objects, but as a living, breathing network of consciousness. Standing before him was a figure that blurred the line between biology and light. It was tall, its skin shimmering like the surface of a star. Its eyes were not eyes but windows into deep space. "I am the speaker for the Xyloth," the entity said, bowing its head slightly. "And you are the first of your kind to stand within the hall of the consensus." Thorn found his voice, though it was little more than a ghost of a sound. "My crew, they're dead. My ship is gone." "They are part of the great song now," the speaker replied. "Their sacrifice was the final argument that silenced the voral. But the galaxy is not at peace, Captain. Your actions have awakened things that have slept since the dawn of time. You have signaled to the universe that humanity is ready to take its place among the stars." "We weren't trying to take a place," Thorn spat, a flicker of his old iron returning. "We were just trying to survive." "In this universe, those are the same thing," the speaker said. "The stars asked if you were worth saving. We answered that you were, but now the stars are asking a new question." The speaker waved a hand and the view of the galaxy shifted. Thorn saw the Sol system, but it was surrounded by shadows. Massive, looming shapes were moving through the dark, drawn by the echoes of the Iron Will's explosion. They weren't the Voral. They were something else, ancient, mechanical, and cold. "The harvesters," the speaker whispered, "they do not care about fire or souls. They care only for the reclamation of matter. They have seen your sun and they have seen your defiance. They are coming to silence the noise." Thorn looked at the blue marble of Earth. It looked smaller than ever. "What do you want from me?" Thorn asked. The consensus cannot intervene directly, the speaker said. The laws of the stars forbid us from fighting your wars. But we can give you the tools, we can give you the knowledge. We can turn your hammers into something the harvesters have never encountered. Thorn looked at his hands. They were scarred, grease-stained, and shaking. He was a miner, a freighter captain, a man of grit and oil. He wasn't a savior. "You want us to fight for you?" Thorn said. "No," the speaker replied, its light intensifying. "We want you to fight for yourselves. But this time you won't be fighting alone. The Xyloth will provide the spark. Humanity will provide the fuel." Thorn looked back at the screen, at the encroaching shadows. He thought of Jenkins' laugh, Eris shaking hands, and the way the iron will had groaned under the pressure of the warp. He thought of the billions of people on that blue marble who had no idea that the sky was about to fall. "Give me a ship," Thorn said, his voice turning to flint. "Give me a ship that won't break, and give me a way to bring my people back from the dark." The speaker smiled, a gesture that looked like a sunrise. "We cannot bring back the dead, Captain, but we can ensure that their names are written in the light of every star in the sky. The second chapter of the great debate is beginning, and this time it will be written in fire." The golden hall began to glow with a blinding intensity. Thorn felt his body being reconstructed, his atoms being infused with the same crystalline energy that powered the Xyloth arcs. The pain was immense, but he welcomed it. It was the pain of a new tool being forged in the furnace. High above, the stars watched. They were no longer curious, they were expectant. The humans weren't just coming, they were being reborn. And the galaxy, which had been silent for so long, was about to become very, very loud. As the light consumed him, Thorn had one final thought. He hoped they had hammers in this new dimension, because he had a lot of work to do. The transition was not like waking up, it was like being assembled. Thorn felt the distinct, agonizing sensation of his neural pathways being remapped, the carbon of his bones being reinforced with silicate lattices that hummed with a low-frequency vibration. When the light finally receded, he wasn't standing on the deck of a ship. He was standing on a platform of solidified gravity, suspended in the heart of a construction forge that defied every law of Terran physics. Around him, the vacuum was filled with the industrious shimmer of Xyloth drones, beings of pure kinetic energy that flitted like dragonflies around a central mass. That mass was his new command. It didn't look like the Iron Will. It didn't have the blocky utilitarian silhouette of a Martian freighter or the scarred, rusted hull of a deep space miner. It was a jagged shard of obsidian and starlight, 3 kilometers long, its surface shifting and flowing like mercury. The Resolute, the speaker's voice resonated in Thorn's mind. The entity stood beside him, its luminous form dimmed to a soft amber. It is a hybrid, a vessel of human intent fueled by Xyloth geometry. It does not burn isotopes, Captain. It draws power from the vacuum fluctuations of space itself. It is a needle designed to sew the shroud of the harvesters shut. Thorn looked at his hands. They were no longer shaking. The skin was a deep metallic bronze, and beneath the surface he could see the faint, rhythmic pulse of blue light. He felt fast. His thoughts were no longer a linear stream but a multi-dimensional web. He could feel the ship, not just through a neural link but as an extension of his own nervous system. He could feel the tension in the structural supports, the flow of energy through the primary emitters, and the cold, silent hunger of the main cannon. "Where is my crew?" Thorn asked. His voice had lost its rasp, it was resonant, carrying the weight of a mountain. "The patterns of those who perished in the wake of the Iron Will were captured by the consensus," the speaker said. "Their physical forms were lost to the entropy of the blast, but their echoes, the unique quantum signatures of their consciousness, remain. We have prepared vessels for them, not like yours. They will be the ghosts in the machine, the subminds that manage the Resolute's complexity." Thorn felt a sudden, sharp prick of grief. "Their programs, you turned my family into software." "No," the speaker replied, and for the first time there was a hint of something like sadness in its tone. "We gave them immortality within the steel. They chose this, Elias. In the moments before their dissolution, they reached out. They did not ask for heaven, they asked for a second strike." A console shimmered into existence in front of Thorn. It wasn't a physical board with switches and toggles, it was a pool of liquid light. He reached out, and as his fingers touched the surface, a familiar voice crackled through the bridge or the space that served as one. "Captain Boss, is that you?" Thorn's heart hammered against his reinforced ribs. "Eris." I think so," the voice said. It was Eris, but layered, as if 100 versions of the Navigator were speaking in unison. "I can see everything, Captain. I can see the curvature of the galaxy. I can see the gravitational pull of a pebble 3 light years away. I'm the sensors, I'm the eyes." "Jenkins," Thorn called out. "Present and accounted for, Elias." A second voice joined in, stronger and more certain than it had ever been. "I'm the heart. I'm the reactor. If you want to run, I'll give you the speed of a supernova. If you want to fight, I'll give you the heat of 1,000 suns. Just don't let me idle. I don't like being still." One by one, the echoes of the Iron Will checked in. Miller was the structural integrity, holding the ship together with a stubbornness that transcended death. The security officers were the point defense systems, their instincts for protection translated into light-speed interceptors. They were the Resolute. Thorn looked out at the encroaching shadows he had seen before. The harvesters were closer now. They had bypassed the Uit cloud and were decelerating as they approached the orbit of Neptune. They looked like gargantuan skeletal hands miles wide, constructed from a dull, light-absorbing material that seemed to drink the very stars around them. They didn't signal. They didn't announce their arrival. They simply began to unfold, extending massive, tether-like structures toward the outer planets. "They are starting the harvest," Eris reported, his voice vibrating through the deck. "They're looking for heavy metals, hydrogen, and organic complexity. They're going to strip the gas giants first to fuel their descent into the inner system." "Not on my watch," Thorn said. He didn't need to give a verbal command. He thought of movement, and the Resolute responded. The ship didn't move forward so much as it deleted the space between itself and its target. In a blink, the obsidian shard was hanging in the shadow of Neptune's moon, Triton. The harvesters were massive, each one the size of a small continent, but they were slow. They were used to harvesting dead worlds or primitive civilizations that couldn't fight back. They were cosmic scavengers, and they were about to meet a predator. Jenkins, give me a full burn on the forward emitters, Thorn commanded. Let's see if these bastards can bleed. Copy that, Captain, opening the furnace. The Resolute didn't fire a laser. It fired a concentrated burst of anti-space, a localized collapse of physics that tore through the leading harvester's skeletal structure like a hot wire through wax. The silent vacuum was illuminated by a terrifying violet discharge as the harvester's hull disintegrated, its ancient, cold machinery spilling out into the void. The other harvesters reacted instantly. They turned with a grinding, mechanical grace, their fingers snapping shut to form defensive shields. A barrage of kinetic slugs, each the size of a skyscraper, hurtled toward the Resolute. Miller, hold us together, Thorn shouted. I've got you, boss, let them knock, the door is locked. The slugs slammed into the Resolute's shifting hull. Thorn felt the impact in his own teeth, a jarring vibration that threatened to rattle his brain within his skull, but the obsidian surface didn't crack. It rippled, absorbing the kinetic energy and venting it out of the rear of the ship as a plume of harmless radiation. My turn, Thorn growled. He didn't just fire the weapons, he directed them with the precision of a surgeon. He targeted the harvester's joints, the points where their massive limbs connected to their central processors. The Resolute danced between the incoming fire, its movements fluid and impossible. It was a duel between an elephant and a hornet, but this hornet had the sting of a god. As the second harvester began to crumble, its central core exposed and glowing with a sickly green light, a new signal cut through the chaos. It wasn't the psychic chime of the Xyloth or the scream of the Voral. It was a digital transmission, ancient and cold. Cease, the transmission commanded. You are interfering with the reclamation. Identify your designation. Thorn felt a surge of cold fury. He didn't answer with words. He channeled his memory of the Iron Will's destruction, the fear in Eris' eyes, the smell of ozone and blood in the dying bridge. He sent that raw, unfiltered human emotion back through the transmission line. We are the ONES who don't take orders, Thorn broadcasted. The harvesters paused. For the first time in millions of years, the great machines hesitated. They had encountered resistance before, but never resistance that felt like this. Most civilizations fought with logic, with strategy, with desperation. This was different. This was a vendetta. Eris, find the command vessel, Thorn said. There's always a brain. Find it and bring me to it. Searching, got it. It's hiding behind the rings of Saturn. It's twice the size of the others, buried in the ice. It's broadcasting the coordination signal. Jenkins, everything we've got. I want to be in Saturn's orbit before they can blink. Hold on to your hat, Captain, we're jumping. The Resolute vanished in a smear of black light. They reappeared in the middle of Saturn's rings, the ice crystals shattering against the ship's hull like diamonds. The Harvester command vessel was a monstrosity, a moon-sized sphere of interlocking gears and pulsing conduits. It looked like a clockwork nightmare. As the Resolute approached, the command vessel began to glow. A massive aperture opened at its pole and a beam of pure white energy, the same energy the harvesters used to strip planets, erupted. Shield's Thorn screamed. The Resolute groaned. Miller's voice became a strained metallic rasp. It's too much, Captain. The hull is melting. I can't hold the geometry. Don't hold it, Thorn countered. Let it flow, channel the heat into the primary cannon. If they want to give us energy, let's give it back. It was a gamble that shouldn't have worked. Thorn was asking the ship to act as a conductor for a force that could vaporize a planet. But the Resolute wasn't just a ship. It was a collective of human spirits who had already faced death and won. The obsidian hull turned white-hot. The bridge, if the space around Thorn could be called that, became an inferno of light. Thorn felt his metallic skin beginning to blister, but he didn't pull back. He leaned into the fire. He gripped the invisible controls and pulled the trigger. The return blast was a beam of pure, unadulterated human defiance. It hit the Harvester command vessel dead center. The white energy of the Harvesters met the violet antispace of the Xyloth, and for a moment, a second sun was born in the rings of Saturn. The explosion was so bright it was visible to the naked eye on Earth. Astronomers in their observatories, families in their backyards, and soldiers in their bunkers all looked up at the same time. They saw a flash of violet and gold, a spark of hope in the deep dark. When the light faded, the command vessel was gone. The remaining Harvesters, their coordination lost, began to drift. Their ancient programming, deprived of its central logic, defaulted to a retreat. They folded their limbs and burned their engines, fleeing back into the dark voids from which they had come. The Resolute drifted in the wreckage of the rings, its hull scarred and dim. Everyone okay? Thorn wheezed. His bronze skin was dull, his energy depleted. Still here, Aris whispered. A bit singed, Jenkins added, but the heart's still beating. Hull integrity at 10%, Miller reported, sounding exhausted but triumphant. But I'm not letting go yet. Thorn slumped back into his seat of gravity. They had won. Earth was safe. The Harvesters were gone and the Voral were a scattered memory. But as he looked out at the stars, he knew this was only the beginning. The speaker appeared beside him once more. Its form was flickering, as if the effort of maintaining the connection was becoming difficult. You have done what few thought possible, Elias Thorn, the speaker said. You have defended your cradle, but you have also declared war on the entropy of the universe. The Harvesters will return, others will come. The galaxy is no longer a quiet place for humanity. Good, Thorn said, looking at the distant blue marble of his home. We've been quiet for too long. The consensus is divided, the speaker warned. Some fear what you have become, a race that can wield Xyloth technology with human ferocity is a threat to the old order. Then tell the stars to get used to it, Thorn replied, because we aren't going back to the caves. And we aren't going back to being worth saving. From now on, we're the ones doing the saving. The speaker bowed, a deep, respectful inclination of its head. Then the first age of humanity ends today, and the age of the Resolute begins. Thorn watched as the Xyloth arc began to fade, returning to the higher dimensions. He was alone in the dark, but he wasn't lonely. He had his crew, he had his ship, and for the first time in his life, he had a purpose that was bigger than a paycheck or a cargo haul. Aris, Thorn said, his voice echoing through the obsidian halls. Yes, Captain. Set a course for Earth. We need to tell them the news. What news, boss? Thorn looked at the stars, and for the first time, he didn't see them as cold, distant judges. He saw them as a frontier. Tell them the stars didn't save us, Thorn said. Tell them we saved ourselves, and tell them we're just getting started. The Resolute turned, its obsidian hull catching the light of the sun, and vanished into the black, heading for home. High above, the great consensus fell silent. The debate was over. The humans had spoken, and the universe would never be the same again. The descent toward Earth was not the silent, graceful glide of a savior. The Resolute was a wounded god, trailing a wake of ionized particles and fractured geometry that painted a violet scar across the lunar sky. As Thorn crossed the Lagrange point, the ship's sensors, Eris's expanded consciousness, began to scream with the cacophony of a world in total panic. Every radio frequency, every laser link, and every satellite burst was a jagged shard of terror. To the billions below, the battle at Saturn had been a silent strobe light of impending doom, and now, a jagged obsidian splinter was screaming toward their atmosphere at a fraction of light speed. Captain, we're being painted. Eris's voice vibrated through the floor plates, sounding strained. Global Defense Initiative. They've got every railgun on the moon and every orbital platform locked on our heat signature. They think we're the second wave. Thorn gripped the edge of the command dais. His metallic skin felt tight, humming with the residual static of the harvester's beam. Open a channel. All frequencies. Use the old Martian freighter codes first, then the GDI emergency bands. Tell them it's the Iron Will, or what's left of it. They won't believe us, Elias. Jenkins's voice rumbled from the core of the ship. We don't look like a freighter. We look like the end of the world. Make them believe, Thorn commanded. The transition into the upper atmosphere was a roar of friction that would have incinerated any Terran alloy. But the Resolute didn't burn, it folded the heat inward. On the ground, from the streets of Neo-Tokyo to the wastes of the American Midwest, people looked up to see a black needle wreathed in violet fire, slowing with impossible physics above the Atlantic. This is Captain Elias Thorn of the Iron Will. Thorn's voice went out, amplified by Xyloth tech to resonate within every receiver on the planet. It wasn't just a radio signal, it was a psychic pressure, a weight of truth that bypassed the skepticism of the ear. The threat at Saturn has been neutralized. We are not your enemy, we are your shield. There was a silence that lasted for a heartbeat of the world. Then the sensors bloomed. The orbital platforms didn't fire. The railguns powered down. A shaky, terrified voice came back through the static, a controller at the Geneva hub. Captain Thorn, the Iron Will was logged as destroyed 4 hours ago. We saw the debris. We saw the explosion. Reports of our death were accurate, Thorn said, looking at the blue horizon through the shifting mercury of his view screen. But we found a reason to come back. We're landing at the GDI headquarters in Iceland. Tell your leaders to meet us. We have a lot to discuss about the neighbors. The landing was a display of power that silenced the world. The Resolute didn't use thrusters, it simply occupied the space above the volcanic basalt of the Reykjavik Plateau, lowering itself until its obsidian tip touched the earth with the delicacy of a feather. When the hatch spiraled open, a literal unraveling of the ship's molecular structure, Thorn stepped out. He was no longer the man who had fled the belt. He was taller, his proportions subtly altered by the Xyloth reconstruction. His bronze skin caught the pale Icelandic sun, and his eyes, once a weary gray, now held the swirling nebulae of the high dimensions. Behind him, the ship hummed, a living mountain of alien intent. The welcoming committee was a wall of tanks, powered armor, and trembling diplomats. They looked at Thorn not as a hero, but as a monster. "Stay back," a colonel shouted, his voice cracking over a megaphone. "Identify yourself and your vessel." Thorn didn't stop walking. The wind whipped his tattered, grease-stained flight suit, the only thing he had kept from his old life, against his reinforced frame. "I told you who I am. I'm the man who just watched the stars debate whether or not to let you burn, and I'm the man who told them no." A woman stepped forward from the line of armored officials. She was older, her face etched with the lines of a lifetime of bureaucracy and hard choices. Director Sarah Vance of the Global Defense Initiative. She looked at Thorn's metallic hands, then up at the shifting, liquid surface of the Resolute. "You're Thorn," she whispered, the wind carrying her words. "I met you 10 years ago at the Ceres Inquiry. You were shorter and more human." "The universe changed, Sarah," Thorn said, his voice resonant. "I just changed with it. We don't have time for the formalities. The harvesters were just the scouts. They've been doing this for eons, turning life into fuel and history into ash. They'll be back, and they'll bring the main fleet next time." "And the aliens who gave you this," Vance gestured toward the ship. "The ones the telescopes saw, why aren't they here?" "The Xyloth are the architects of the garden," Thorn explained, his mind flashing back to the Golden Hall. "They don't like to get their hands dirty. They were content to watch us die to keep the peace. I convinced them that humanity is a variable they can't ignore. But they won't fight for us. They've given us the hammer, it's up to us to swing it." He turned back to the Resolute. "Eris, show them." From the hull of the ship, a massive holographic projection erupted, filling the sky over Iceland. It was a map of the local cluster, but it was pulsing with red icons, thousands of them. Each one represented a harvester hive ship, a nomadic factory of death moving through the void. "They are the Great Hunger," Thorn told the assembled leaders. "They've consumed a dozen civilizations in this sector alone. We are the first ones to ever strike back and survive. That makes us a target, and it makes us a hope. There are others out there, remnants of broken worlds hiding in the dark. They saw what happened at Saturn. They're watching us now." "What are you asking for, Thorn?" Vance asked, her voice trembling. "We're a planet of fractured nations. We're still cleaning up the mess from the Voral raid." "I'm not asking for anything," Thorn said, and his eyes glowed with a sudden, fierce blue light. "I'm telling you, the age of nations is over. The age of planetary defense is over. We are moving into the deep black. I need every shipyard, every engineer, and every soul who isn't afraid of the dark. We are going to build a fleet, Not of ships, but of survivors. We're going to find the others. We're going to turn the Milky Way into a fortress. You're talking about a total mobilization of the human race, a general barked, for a war we didn't start. A war that was started before our son was born, Thorn corrected. And if you think you have a choice, look at the sky. As if on cue, the Resolute pulsed. The sound was like a great bell being struck in the heart of the earth. The sky above Iceland rippled, and for a split second the veil between dimensions thinned. The people on the ground saw it, the vast, crystalline structures of the Xyloth arcs hovering in the higher folds of space, watching, waiting. The stars are waiting to see if we're worth the investment, Thorn said, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. I told them we were. Don't make a liar out of me. Vance looked at the holographic map, then at the man who was no longer quite a man. She saw the scars on his hands, the grease under his metallic fingernails. He was still a miner. He was still a worker, but he was working on a different scale now. What do we do first? She asked. Thorn looked up at the sun. We find the echoes, my crew. They aren't the only ones who were lost. The Xyloth captured the signatures of everyone who died in the first wave. Billions of them. They're stored in the light. We need to build the vessels to bring them back. We need an army that can't be killed because it's already died once. The crowd gasped, a collective intake of breath that seemed to chill the air. The idea of a ghost fleet, a resurrection of the fallen, was too much for some to bear. But Thorn saw the spark in their eyes, the same spark the speaker had seen in him. It was the refusal to go quietly. Jenkins, Thorn called out. Yeah, Elias, the voice boomed from the ship's internal speakers, making the tanks rattle. How's the forge? Hot and hungry, boss. Give me the raw materials and I'll give you a dreadnought every week. This Xyloth tech is like playing with clay. I just think it and the molecules dance. Good, Thorn said. He looked at Vance. The Resolute is a mobile shipyard. It's a library of every technology the Xyloth have mastered in 10 billion years. I'm handing the keys to your engineers, Sarah, but under one condition. Anything, Vance said. We don't build weapons of conquest. We build tools of liberation. Every world the harvesters have touched, every system they've enslaved. We're going to go there. We're going to be the noise in the silence. As the sun began to set, casting long, orange shadows across the plateau, the work began. It wasn't the work of a day or a year. It was the work of a generation. But for the first time in human history, there was no debate about the cost. The stars had asked a question, and humanity had finally found its answer. Thorn walked back toward the Resolute, his footsteps heavy on the rock. He felt the weight of the billions of souls he had promised to protect. He felt the hum of Eris and Jenkins and Miller in his mind, a family that had transcended the flesh. He stopped at the threshold of the hatch and looked back at the horizon. Somewhere out there, the speaker was watching. Somewhere out there, the harvesters were regrouping. And somewhere out there, the stars were still shining, no longer as distant, indifferent points of light, but as beacons. Captain, Eris's voice was soft now, private. You think they're ready for this? The people, they look so small from up here. Thorn smiled, a slow, metallic glint in the twilight. "They're humans, Eris. We're small, we're messy, and we break things. But when someone tries to take our home, we're the most dangerous things in the sky." He stepped inside, and the obsidian hull sealed shut behind him, seamless and unbreakable. The Resolute didn't stay on Earth for long. Within 48 hours, the first of the echo spires began to rise from the Icelandic soil, massive crystalline towers that reached for the ionosphere, acting as antennas for the souls trapped in the light. The first to be brought back were the scientists, the engineers, the dreamers. Then came the soldiers. But Thorn didn't wait for the army to be finished. He had a debt to pay. Eris, plot a course for the Proxima Centauri system, Thorn commanded as the Resolute broke orbit, leaving the blue marble behind. "Proxima, why there, Captain?" The Harvester signatures are moving toward the core. "Because the Voral didn't just come from nowhere," Thorn said, his eyes fixed on the forward view screen. "They were running from something, and I want to find out what happened to the ones who didn't make it." The Xyloth said the galaxy was a garden. "I think it's time we checked on the neighbors." "A course laid in," Eris replied, a new note of excitement in his voice. "Engaging the vacuum drive. Elias, it feels good to be moving again." "Don't get used to the peace, kid," Thorn muttered as the stars began to stretch into long, violet lines. "We've got a lot of work to do." The Resolute vanished into a fold of spacetime, a ghost ship of obsidian and fire leaving the solar system behind. On Earth, the people looked up and saw a new star for a brief moment, a bright, defiant spark that didn't flicker. It was a promise. The Harvesters had come to take everything. They had come to harvest the fuel of a young race. But they had made a mistake. They had forgotten that fuel, when ignited, becomes a flame, and that flame was now spreading across the dark. Deep in the golden halls of the consensus, the speaker watched the Resolute disappear from the sensors of the higher dimensions. It turned to the other entities, the beings of pure light who had ruled the galaxy in silence for eons. "The humans have left their cradle," the speaker said, its voice a ripple in the fabric of reality, "and they are not looking for a place to hide." "Then what are they looking for?" Another entity asked, its light flickering with an emotion that might have been fear. The speaker smiled, a radiant, terrifying gesture. "They are looking for a fight. And for the first time in the history of the universe, I pity the ones who give it to them." The second chapter was indeed being written in fire. But as Thorn steered his ship into the unknown, he realized that the fire wasn't just coming from the engines or the cannons. It was coming from within. The humans weren't just worth saving. They were worth following. And the galaxy, which had been silent for so long, began to scream. The jump to Proxima Centauri wasn't the stomach-turning wrench of a standard warp drive. It was a folding of reality, a sensation of being everywhere and nowhere at once, until the velvet black of the solar system snapped into the angry, crimson glare of a red dwarf. Proxima was a temperamental star, prone to violent flares that lashed its huddled planets with radiation. It was a place where life should have struggled to breathe, yet as the Resolute smoothed back into three-dimensional space, the the sensors didn't find a wasteland. They found a graveyard. Scanning, Eris whispered, her voice now a multifaceted chime that resonated in the very marrow of Thorn's bones. Captain, I'm detecting massive structural debris in high orbit around Proxima b. It's not harvester tech, it's older, degraded. Thorn leaned over the command console, his metallic fingers tracing the holographic wireframes Eris projected into the air. The debris consisted of gargantuan rings, shattered and drifting like the ribs of a prehistoric beast. They had once encircled the planet, likely acting as both habitats and radiation shields. Now they were jagged shards of silver-gray composite, pitted by millennia of micrometeoroid impacts. The Voral, Thorn murmured. This was their home before they became nomads, before they turned into scavengers on the edge of our system. They didn't leave because they wanted to, Elias Jenkins added from the engineering submind. Look at the thermal scarring on the planetary crust. Those aren't natural flares, those are focused beam impacts. Someone glassed this world from the poles inward. Thorn felt a cold shiver that had nothing to do with the ship's life support. The harvesters didn't just take resources, they erased the competition. They turned gardens into furnaces. He watched the sensor feed as the Resolute drifted closer to the planet's twilight line. Pick up any biological signatures? Thorn asked. Negative on the surface, Eris replied. Wait, I'm getting a pulse. Low frequency, it's coming from inside the largest debris cluster, the apex ring. It's a distress beacon, Captain, but it's not Voral. The encryption it's Xyloth adjacent. Thorn straightened. Take us in. Close proximity. Keep the point defense grids hot. If the harvesters left a sentry, I want it dead before it wakes up. The Resolute glided through the field of wreckage with predatory grace. The obsidian hull brushed against a floating slab of Voral habitat, the alien metal screaming as it was pulverized by the Resolute's superior density. As they approached the source of the signal, a massive spherical structure emerged from the shadows of the ring's jagged edge. It looked like a seed pod made of translucent amber, glowing with a faint, rhythmic gold light. It's a life casket, Thorn realized, the knowledge bleeding into his mind from the ship's database. A Xyloth emergency vault. They didn't just watch the Voral die, they saved a sample. The speaker said they were architects of the garden, Eris said, her tone tinged with a strange bitterness. I guess they keep seeds in the cellar while the forest burns. Dock with it, Thorn commanded. I'm going across. Captain, that's not wise, Miller's voice interjected, his tactical subroutine flashing warnings across the HUD. We don't know the atmospheric composition inside that pod or if the occupants are hostile. The Voral weren't exactly friendly when they hit our outposts. The Voral were starving and terrified, Thorn said, heading for the airlock. I want to see what they look like when they aren't trying to eat us. Eris, maintain attractor lock. If that pod starts to depressurize, pull it into the hold. The transfer was a leap of faith. Thorn didn't use a tether. He stepped out of the Resolute's iris hatch and let the ship's localized gravity catapult him across the 50-meter gap. For a second, he was a speck of bronze and tattered fabric against the backdrop of a dying red sun. Then his boots slammed into the amber surface of the pod. It felt warm, vibrating with a low-frequency hum that made his reconstructed teeth ache. The amber surface rippled like water, sensing his Xyloth-enhanced signature and pulled him through. Inside, the environment was a lush, suffocating, humid green. Moss grew over every surface, and the air tasted of ozone and ancient earth. In the center of the sphere, suspended in a field of shimmering stasis, were hundreds of beings. They weren't the hulking, armored monsters the GDI reports had described. They were slender, four-armed creatures with skin like iridescent oil on water. Their eyes were closed, their long, delicate fingers curled in sleep. At the very center of the stasis field stood a single figure, awake but unmoving. It was draped in robes made of woven light, its face hidden behind a mask of shifting geometry. "You are not a weaver," the figure said. The voice didn't come from a mouth, it resonated directly in Thorn's mind, much like the speaker's, but it was thinner, more fragile. "No," Thorn said, his voice sounding harsh and metallic in the small space. "I'm a human. We're the ones who inherited the Resolute." The masked figure tilted its head. "The Resolute? The vessel of the final argument. Then the consensus has chosen a side. They have chosen the predators of Saul." "We aren't predators," Thorn snapped, though he felt the lie in his own augmented strength. "We're survivors. We're here to get you out of this tomb." "To what end?" the figure asked. "The Voral are a broken song. Our world is ash. Our history is a shadow in the harvester's wake. We stayed in the amber to wait for the end of the universe so we wouldn't have to witness the hunger anymore." Thorn walked up to the edge of the stasis field. He looked at the sleeping Voral, families, children, scholars. The hunger is still out there, but for the first time it's being fed its own teeth. "My people are building a fleet. We're turning the high dimensions into a highway. We don't want your worship and we don't want your resources. We want your hands. We want your minds. We want to stop being victims together." The figure was silent for a long time. The amber walls of the pod flickered as a solar flare from Proxima hit the exterior, the radiation washing over them in a wave of invisible fire. "The humans are a young race," the figure whispered. "Violent, unpredictable. You were marked for culling by the consensus 1,000 cycles ago." "Yeah, well, we missed the appointment," Thorn said. "And now we're the ones holding the keys to the garden. You can stay here and wait for the sun to swallow you, or you can come back to Earth with me and show us how to build something that doesn't break." The figure reached out a three-fingered hand, touching the edge of the stasis field. The shimmering light began to dissolve. "I am Alara, the last chronicler of the Voral. If you offer us a path that does not lead to a cage, we will follow. But know this, human Thorn, the harvesters do not just destroy. They subvert. There are things in the dark that look like us, talk like us, but carry the void inside them. You have opened the door. You must be careful who you invite in." "I'll take my chances," Thorn said. The return to the Resolute was a frantic operation. The amber pod was integrated into the ship's secondary hold, the Xyloth technology recognizing and merging with its own kind. As the Voral began to wake, their cries of confusion and grief filled the ship's internal comms, a haunting melody that Jenkins tried to soothe with low-frequency harmonics. "Captain," Miller's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and urgent. "We've got a problem. Long-range sensors are picking up a distortion wake. Something just dropped out of slip space at the edge of the system. It's big, bigger than the Harvester scouts at Saturn." Thorn was back on the bridge in seconds. "Show me." The view screen zoomed in on a point of light near the system's Uit cloud. It wasn't a ship. It was a moon-sized mass of shifting, oily black tendrils surrounding a core of pulsing violet light. It looked like a tumor on the fabric of space. A hive mother, Alara's voice whispered as she stepped onto the bridge, her mask retracted to reveal a face of haunting, alien beauty. Her skin shimmered with a pale blue light. "They have sensed the activation of the life casket. They have come to finish the harvest." "Eris status on the drive?" Thorn asked, his hands flying over the controls. "The vacuum drive is recycling, but we're heavy with the pod, Elias. If we jump now, the gravitational shear might tear the Voral apart. We need 10 minutes to stabilize the internal dampeners." "We don't have 10 minutes, Miller growled. "That thing is launching interceptors, thousands of them." On the screen, the hive mother seemed to bleed. Small, needle-like ships poured out of its central mass, thousands of black sparks screaming toward the Resolute at intercept speeds. They weren't using conventional engines, they were warping space in tiny, violent bursts, blinking closer with every heartbeat. "Jenkins, give me everything we've got in the forward arrays," Thorn commanded. "Miller, you've got the point defense. Don't let a single one of those needles touch the hull." "On it, boss," Miller replied. The Resolute began to hum, its obsidian skin glowing with a fierce purple light. From the ship's surface, hundreds of tiny turrets emerged, not firing projectiles but lances of pure, coherent gravity. The battle for Proxima was a chaotic blur of light and shadow. The Resolute spun on its axis, a dancer in a storm of knives. Every time a harvester needle blinked into existence, a gravity lance snapped it out of reality, crushing the alien craft into a singularity. But there were too many of them. They were slamming into the Resolute's shields, detonating in bursts of corrosive acid that ate at the Xyloth alloy. "Shields at 60%, Eris screamed. "Elias, the hive mother is charging a primary beam. If that hits us, the dampeners won't matter, we'll be vapor." Thorn looked at the massive, pulsing core of the hive mother. He felt the ship's fear, Eris's fear, bleeding into his own mind. He felt the weight of the hundreds of Voral lives in the hold. He could run. He could jump and pray the Voral survived the shear, or he could do what humans had always done when cornered. He could bite back. "Eris, give me manual control of the main spinal array," Thorn said, his voice eerily calm. "Captain, that array is designed for planetary bombardment. If you fire it this close to the star, the feedback." "Just do it," Thorn shouted. He felt the ship's consciousness hesitate, then yield. A new set of controls rose from the dais, glowing with a dangerous, blinding white light. Thorn gripped them, and suddenly his vision shifted. He wasn't looking at a screen anymore, he was looking through the Resolute's eyes. He saw the gravitational ley lines of the system, the curve of the star's heat, the jagged edges of the vacuum. He saw the hive mother not as a monster, but as a knot of tangled energy. "Jenkins, shunt all power from life support to the spinal capacitor," Thorn ordered. "Elias will freeze. We'll be dead anyway, do it." The Resolute groaned, a sound of metal being pushed to its absolute limit. The lights on the bridge flickered and died, leaving only the glow of the consoles and Thorn's own eyes. The temperature began to plummet, frost forming on the edges of the view screen. In the dark, Thorn felt the hum of the spinal array. It was a sound like a choir singing a single perfect note. He waited. He watched the Hive Mother's core brighten, a terrifying violet sun preparing to unleash its fury. Now Thorn whispered. He pulled the triggers. The Resolute didn't fire a beam, it fired a hole. A localized collapse of spacetime erupted from the ship's prow, a white-hot spear of nothingness that tore through the vacuum. It hit the Hive Mother just as it released its own beam. The two energies collided for a fraction of a second, creating a shockwave that shattered the remaining Voral ruins for millions of miles. Then the Resolute shot one. The white-hot spear pierced the Hive Mother's core and the massive entity didn't explode. It imploded. The oily black tendrils were sucked into the center, crushed by the sheer weight of the collapsing space. For a moment, a miniature black hole flickered in the Proxima system, devouring the Harvester fleet before evaporating in a burst of hawking radiation. The Resolute was tossed backward like a leaf in a hurricane. Thorn was thrown from the dais, his metallic shoulder denting the bulkhead as he hit. Silence fell over the bridge, broken only by the sound of laboring life support and the hiss of escaping gas. Eris, Thorn wheezed, pushing himself up. I'm here, Elias. Her voice was faint, flickering. The array is burnt out, shields are gone, but the Hive Mother is gone too. Thorn looked at the view screen. The space where the monster had been was empty, save for a shimmering cloud of dust. The interceptors were gone. The threat was neutralized. Ilara stood in the center of the bridge, her light robes shimmering with a new, intense hue. She looked at Thorn with something that wasn't just gratitude, it was awe. You did not just destroy a ship, she said. You broke a node of the Great Hunger. They will feel this in the core. They will know that the garden has grown thorns. Good, Thorn said, wiping black oil, his version of blood, from his lip. Let them know. Eris, get the dampeners back online. Let's get these people home. The journey back to Earth was a somber one. The Resolute was limping, its obsidian hull scarred and dull. But inside, the ship was alive. The Voral were moving through the halls, their bioluminescent skin lighting the dark corridors. They were talking to Jenkins, sharing their knowledge of stellar engineering, their four-armed hands working alongside his robotic drones to repair the damage. As they crossed the threshold of the Uit cloud, the solar system didn't look the same as when they had left. The echo spires on Earth were now visible even from the outer rim, great beams of blue light shooting into the sky, weaving a web of energy around the planet. Captain, Eris said, her voice stronger now, filled with a strange resonance. We're receiving a transmission from Geneva. It's not just GDI, it's everyone. Thorn opened the channel. The first of the Echo fleets is launching from the lunar shipyards. The voice of Sarah Vance came through, clear and defiant. The first 3,000 resurrected pilots have taken their seats. We are calling the flagship the Hope of Cinders. Captain Thorn, if you can hear this, we're ready. The forge is hot. Thorn looked at the Vorel standing on his bridge, at the Xyloth technology humming in his veins, and at the blue marble of Earth growing larger in the view screen. He wasn't a freighter captain anymore. He wasn't a survivor. He was the vanguard. "Tell them to hold their positions," Thorn said into the comms. "We're coming in with guests. And tell the shipyards to clear the bays. We've got a lot of Vorel tech that needs to be integrated into the fleet." "Copy that," Resolute Vance replied, and Thorn could hear the smile in her voice. "Welcome home, Elias." As the Resolute descended into the atmosphere, wreathed once again in violet fire, the people of Earth didn't hide. They stood in the streets, in the fields, and on the rooftops, looking up. They saw the obsidian ship, and they saw the new stars rising to meet it, the first ships of the human fleet, built from the ruins of the old world and the light of the new. The stars had asked if humans were worth saving. The answer was no longer a matter of debate. They were worth following into the fire. The Resolute didn't land at a military cordon zone or a hidden bunker. It descended toward the glowing ribcage of the new Paris spire, its massive displacement of air creating a localized hurricane that flattened the reconstructed forests of the Seine. As the landing struts hissed and bit into the reinforced carboncrete of the primary docking hub, Thorn felt the ship exhale. The hum of the vacuum drive wound down into a low, rhythmic throb like a predator settling in for a nap. "Atmospheric seals holding," Eris reported, her voice now layered with the harmonic resonance of the ship's repaired subsystems. "The air outside it's clean, Elias. The GDI terraforming arrays are working faster than the models predicted." Thorn stood up from the command dais. His joints popped, the Xyloth filaments in his marrow adjusting to the heavy pull of Earth's gravity. Beside him, Alara watched the view screen with wide, lidless eyes. The iridescent scales on her neck pulsed a soft, anxious violet. "Your world is so loud," she whispered, her telepathic voice brushing against Thorn's mind like silk. "Even from here, I can hear the heartbeat of your species. It is frantic, like a swarm of insects before a storm." "That's just us being restless," Thorn said, offering a stiff, metallic smile. "We don't do well with sitting still. Come on, the architects of this new world are waiting." The airlock cycled open and the transition was jarring. After the sterile, ozone-heavy scent of the Resolute, the smell of Earth hit Thorn like a physical blow: wet soil, rain-slicked pavement, and the unmistakable metallic tang of heavy industry. Waiting on the platform was a phalanx of GDI officials, but they didn't look like the bureaucrats Thorn remembered. They wore sleek, dark gray uniforms integrated with haptic interfaces. At their head stood Sarah Vance. She looked older, the stress of the last few months etched into the lines around her eyes, but her stance was iron. Behind her, however, was the real surprise. A dozen figures stood in loose formation, wearing pressurized flight suits that shimmered with the same oily luster as the Resolute's hull. These were the first of the resurrected, pilots who had undergone the same grueling augmentation process Thorn had survived. Their eyes glowed with a faint, artificial light, and they looked at Thorn not as a hero, but as a blueprint. "Captain Thorn," Vance said, her voice carrying over the whine of nearby construction drones. "You You look like hell. I assume the Vorel weren't interested in a peaceful retirement. They were being hunted, Sarah Thorne said, stepping onto the platform. He gestured back toward the Resolute's open hold. They aren't invaders, they're refugees, and they brought more than just stories. They brought the technical schematics for the Harvester's subspatial tracking. Alara stepped out into the light, her robes of woven light flickering as they interacted with Earth's magnetosphere. The GDI guards instinctively tightened their grip on their rifles, but Vance barked a sharp command and they lowered their weapons. "Is that a chronicler?" one of the augmented pilots whispered, stepping forward. He was young, barely 20, his skin pale from months in a stasis tank. The database said they were extinct. "The Harvesters are thorough, but they are not gods," Alara said, her voice echoing in the minds of everyone on the platform. "We survived in the amber. Now we see that the Xyloth did not leave this galaxy empty. They left a gardener with a very large sword." Vance looked from the alien to Thorne, then at the scarred obsidian hull of the ship. "We need to move. The Hive Mother you destroyed at Proxima was just a sensory node. The consensus, or what's left of it, is screaming. Our deep space arrays are picking up massive gravitational displacements heading toward the Sol periphery. They aren't sending scouts anymore, Elias. They're sending a reclamation fleet." "How long?" Thorne asked, his hand instinctively going to the hilt of the command interface at his belt. 3 weeks, maybe less," Vance replied. "The Hope of Cinders is flight-ready, but its weapon systems are still being calibrated. We can't get the gravity lances to stabilize. The power draw keeps collapsing the internal conduits." "That's because you're trying to use human physics to solve a Xyloth geometry problem," Thorne said. He turned to Alara. "Can your people help?" The Vorel chronicler tilted her head, her mask shifting into a pattern of intricate, interlocking gears. "We built the foundations of the High Gardens. Your ships are crude, but their hearts are strong. We will show your engineers how to fold the power rather than force it." The next 14 days were a blur of frantic, sleepless labor. The docking hub became a melting pot of species and technologies. Human engineers, their hands stained with grease and coolant, worked side by side with the slender, four-armed Vorel. The language barrier was bridged by the Resolute submind, which acted as a massive, real-time translator, beaming concepts and equations directly into the minds of the workers. Thorne spent most of his time in the lunar shipyards, overseeing the integration of the Vorel void sails onto the new fleet. The Hope of Cinders was a behemoth, a 3-kilometer-long carrier built around a central core of Xyloth crystal. It lacked the elegance of the Resolute, looking more like a jagged mountain of steel and obsidian, but its potential for destruction was terrifying. "You're pushing them too hard, Elias," Eris's voice whispered in his ear. She was no longer just a voice on the ship. She had been downloaded into a mobile terminal he carried, her consciousness linked to the shipyard's mainframe. "The pilots, their neural links are fraying. They aren't like you. They didn't have the slow integration. They're being forced to speak the language of the stars in a matter of days." "We don't have the luxury of time," Eris, Thorne muttered, watching a squad of pilots being loaded into their neural interface pods. "The Harvesters don't care about our mental health. They care about biomass and entropy." I know, Eris sighed, but look at the data. Pilot 4, his heart rate spiked to 200 during the last simulation. He's seeing the void ghosts already. Thorn paused. The void ghosts were a documented side effect of high-dimensional travel. When a human mind was opened to the vacuum drive, it often hallucinated figures moving in the shadows of the ship, echoes of the things that lived in the spaces between atoms. Keep an eye on him, Thorn said, but don't pull him. We need every seat filled. On the 18th day, the sun rose over the moon's horizon, but it was eclipsed by something else. A flicker of violet light appeared near Pluto, followed by another and another. It looked like a string of malevolent pearls being draped across the darkness. "They're here," Miller's voice crackled over the command frequency. He was stationed on the Resolute, which had been refurbished and renamed the Vanguard. "Captain, it's not just a fleet, it's a Dyson swarm. They've brought a mobile harvester. They're going to try and snuff out the sun." Thorn sprinted toward his launch shuttle. "Vance, trigger the Echo Spires. I want the planetary shield at full strength. Ilara, get the Voral technicians to the secondary command deck. We're going to need those gravity lances." Vance's voice came through, uncharacteristically soft. "The hope of Cinders, it's only at 80% capacity. The drive is unstable." "Then we'll use the Resolute to tow it into position," Thorn said, his voice hardening. "This is it, Sarah." The stars asked the question. Let's give them the final answer. As Thorn boarded the Resolute, the ship hummed in recognition. The bridge felt different now, warmer, more certain. Jenkins had replaced the damaged conduits with Voral bioorganic filaments, and the consoles glowed with a steady, golden light. "Welcome back, Captain," Jenkins said, his engineering subroutine sounding remarkably proud. "I've taken the liberty of overclocking the point defense grids. We can now fire in 3 dimensions simultaneously, assuming the hull doesn't melt." "I'll take those odds," Thorn said, dropping into his seat. "Eris, link us to the fleet. Let's see what we're up against." The tactical display bloomed into life. The Harvester fleet was a nightmare of geometry. Hundreds of hive mothers, each one larger than the one Thorn had destroyed at Proxima, moved in a slow, grinding spiral toward the inner system. In the center of the formation was a structure that defied logic, a hollow sphere of shifting black metal that seemed to drink the light of the distant sun. "The World Eater," Ilara said, stepping onto the bridge. Her eyes were fixed on the sphere. "It is the heart of their consensus. If it reaches the sun, it will tether itself to the corona and drain the star's fusion potential in a matter of hours. Earth will freeze before the first shot is even fired." "Then we don't let it reach the sun," Thorn said. "All ships, this is Vanguard Actual. Engage the V formation. We're going to punch a hole through their screen and drop the hope of Cinders right down their throats." The human fleet, a ragtag collection of Xyloth hybrid ships, retrofitted GDI destroyers, and the massive Hope, ignited their drives. It was a sight that hadn't been seen in the galaxy for 1 billion years, a united front against the hunger of the void. The first clash happened near Saturn. The harvester needles swarmed forward, a black tide of suicide craft. But this time they weren't meeting terrified miners or unshielded outposts. They were meeting the resurrected. The human pilots fought with a ferocity that bordered on madness. Their ships moved with impossible agility, snapping in and out of real space, leaving trails of violet fire that incinerated the harvester drones. Thorn watched the feed, his mind linked to every pilot in the squadron. He felt their fear, yes, but he also felt their rage, a collective scream of a species that had been pushed to the brink and refused to fall. "The screen is breaking," Miller shouted. "We've got a window. Elias, the Hope is falling behind. Their drive is redlining." "Eris, maglock us to the Hope's prow," Thorn commanded. "We're going to drag them through." The Resolute surged forward, its gravity tethers locking onto the massive carrier. The strain was immense. Thorn felt the ship's hull screaming in his own bones. The vacuum drive roared, a sound like the universe being torn in half. "We're taking fire," Jenkins yelled. "The Hive Mothers are focusing their beams on us, shields at 40, 30. "Hold it together," Thorn roared. Just as the Resolute's shields flickered out, a new light joined the fray. From the dark side of Saturn's moons, a dozen silver-gray ships emerged. They were old, pitted with age, but their weapons were precise and deadly. "The Voral Nomads," Alara whispered, a tear of iridescent fluid rolling down her cheek. They heard the song. They have come to defend the seed. The Nomad ships slammed into the harvester flank, their ancient beam weapons cutting through the oily black hulls like hot knives through wax. It was the distraction Thorn needed. Now he shouted, "Release the Hope, fire the spinal array." The Hope of Cinders didn't fire a gravity lance. It fired a concentrated burst of Xyloth resonance, a harmonic pulse designed by the Voral. The wave of energy rippled outward, and for a moment the entire harvester fleet went dark. Their oily hulls turned brittle, their violet cores flickering and dying as the resonance shattered their internal coherence. The World-Eater sphere shuddered. The shifting metal plates began to grind against each other, sparks of white-hot energy leaping between the gaps. "It's working," Eris cheered. "Their consensus is failing. They're losing the hive mind." But the victory was short-lived. From the center of the collapsing sphere, a single ship emerged. It was small, no larger than the Resolute, but it didn't look like the other harvester craft. It was made of a dull, matte white material that seemed to push away the light. It didn't use a vacuum drive, it moved with a terrifying, smooth momentum that ignored the laws of inertia. "The Silent One," Alara gasped, her voice trembling. The harvester's final argument: "It is not a machine. It is a shadow of the things that live beyond the veil." The white ship ignored the rest of the fleet. It ignored the Hope of Cinders. It headed straight for the Resolute. "Miller, intercept," Thorn ordered. Miller's squadron swarmed the white ship, but their gravity lances simply passed through it as if it weren't there. The white ship didn't fire back, it simply touched one of the human destroyers. The human ship didn't explode, it simply ceased. The metal turned to dust, the atmosphere vanished, and the pilots were erased from the tactical display as if they had never existed. "What the hell is that?" Vance's voice came over the comms, filled with horror. It's a conceptual weapon, Eris whispered, her voice trembling with a very human fear. It's not attacking the ship. It's attacking the ship's existence in the timeline. Thorn felt a cold, hollow sensation in his chest. He looked at the white ship, which was now seconds away from impact. He looked at his hands, the metal and flesh intertwined. He realized then that the Xyloth hadn't just given them a ship, they had given them a sacrifice. Eris, Thorn said softly, transfer the command codes to the Hope of Cinders. Give Sarah full control of the fleet. Elias, what are you doing? The Resolute has a Xyloth spark in its core, Thorn said, standing up and walking toward the main reactor access. The white ship is a void echo. It can only be cancelled out by a concentrated burst of pure existence. I'm going to overload the vacuum drive. You'll be erased, Elias, Eris said, her holographic form appearing beside him. Her eyes were full of tears. There won't be anything left of you to resurrect. No memory, no data, you'll be a hole in the world. Thorn looked at her, and for the first time in a long time he felt truly human. Then make sure the hole is big enough to swallow that thing. Jenkins, get the Voral to the escape pods. Now. Captain, Jenkins started, but the tone of Thorn's voice silenced him. The engineer gave a sharp, mechanical salute and began ushering the aliens toward the rear of the ship. Thorn reached the reactor. The Xyloth crystal was pulsing with a frantic, beautiful light. He placed his hand on the glass. The ship's consciousness surged into him, every deck, every bolt, every memory of the stars Eris had seen. I'm not leaving you, Elias, Eris said, stepping into the reactor chamber with him. I am the ship. If the ship goes, I go. I know, Thorn said. The white ship slammed into the Resolute's bow. The world began to gray at the edges. Thorn felt his memories starting to slip away, the smell of his father's workshop, the taste of cheap coffee on a freighter, the feeling of the wind on Earth. He didn't fight the erasure, he leaned into it. He grabbed the core of the vacuum drive and pulled. For the garden, he whispered. The explosion wasn't a sound. It was a flash of absolute blinding color that washed over the entire Sol system. The white ship was caught in the center of the bloom, its matte white hull shattering into a billion pieces of nothingness. The shockwave rippled through the Harvester fleet, and the World Eater finally collapsed, turning into a beautiful, glowing nebula of recycled stardust. When the light faded, the Resolute was gone. On the bridge of the Hope of Cinders, Sarah Vance stood in silence. The tactical display showed a clean system. The Harvesters were retreating, their consensus broken, their silent one destroyed. The Voral nomads were dipping their wings in salute before fading back into the shadows of the outer planets. Did we win? A young pilot asked, his voice shaking. Vance looked at the empty space where Thorn had been. She felt a strange ache in her mind. A sense that something vital had been there a moment ago, something she couldn't quite remember. She looked at the data logs, but there was a gap, a blurred section of history that refused to be read. Yes, she said, her voice thick with a grief she couldn't explain. We won. Down on Earth, the people looked up at the new nebula in the sky. It was shaped like a pair of wings glowing with a soft, violet light. They didn't know the name of the man who had put it there. They didn't know the name of the ship. But as the first rain began to fall on the greening fields of a saved world, they felt a strange sense of peace. The stars had asked if they were worth saving. And somewhere in the silence between the atoms, a voice whispered, "Always." The silence that followed the erasure of the Vanguard was not merely an absence of sound. It was a physical weight that pressed against the sensors of every surviving ship in the Sol system. On the bridge of the Hope of Cinders, Sarah Vance stared at the tactical hololith. Where a moment ago there had been a screaming nexus of violet energy and the jagged silhouette of a hero's ship, there was now a perfect, terrifying void. The sensor sweeps returned null results. No debris, no biological signatures, no lingering radiation. It was as if a localized patch of the universe had been scrubbed clean with a celestial abrasive. "Commander," a technician whispered, his voice cracking. "Though the signature, it's gone, all of it." Vance didn't answer immediately. She felt a phantom itch in her mind, a jagged edge where a memory should have been. She knew they had been led. She knew there was a man, a pilot with eyes like cold stars, who had stood on her deck only weeks ago. But when she tried to conjure his face, the features blurred into a haze of static. The Silent One had not just destroyed the Vanguard. It had attempted to unthread the ship and its crew from the tapestry of causality. "Maintain formation," Vance commanded, her voice regaining its steel despite the hollow ache in her chest. "The Harvester swarm is fracturing. They've lost the central node. Scramble the resurrected wings, don't let them regroup." Across the system, the battle shifted from a desperate stand to a systematic purge. Without the consensus to guide them, the Hive Mothers became erratic. Some turned on each other, their biomechanical brains misfiring in the wake of the harmonic pulse. Others simply drifted, their violet cores dimming until they were nothing more than frozen husks of obsidian. The resurrected pilots, their neural links still buzzing with the residue of the explosion, hunted with a cold, mechanical efficiency. They were the children of Thorn's legacy, even if they couldn't quite remember the man himself. They flew through the wreckage of the World Eater, their gravity lances carving through the disorganized Harvester screen. On the secondary deck, Ilara stood among her Voral kin. The chroniclers were weeping not with voices but with rhythmic pulses of light that rippled through their robes. They, more than the humans, understood the cost of what had just occurred. To a species that lived through memory and song, the total erasure of a soul was the ultimate tragedy. "He is the root fast," Ilara murmured, her mask flickering through a sequence of mournful blues. "He gave the garden his beginning and his end." "The humans are asking for coordinates, Elder," a younger Voral said, gesturing to a flickering display. "They want to search the blast zone for escape pods." "There will be no pods," Ilara said softly. "To touch the shadow ship is to be unmade, but look at the nebula." Outside the viewport, the violet gas was beginning to settle. It wasn't drifting aimlessly. Guided by the lingering gravitational eddies of the vacuum drive's collapse, the dust was forming a bridge between the inner planets and the Kuiper belt. It was a new celestial feature, a shimmering veil that would forever mark the place where the tide had turned. In the days that followed the Great Silence, as the historians would later call it, the solar system became a hive of a different sort. The threat of the harvesters had not been entirely extinguished. Scouts still lurked in the Oort cloud, and the consensus was a galaxy-wide cancer that would take centuries to fully excise. But Earth was no longer a victim. It was a fortress. The Hope of Cinders became the flagship of the newly christened Terran-Voral alliance. Human ingenuity and Voral ancient theory proved to be a volatile, brilliant mix. Within months, the shipyards at Luna were producing siege ships, vessels designed not just for war but for the restoration of dead worlds. Sarah Vance sat in her office on the lunar colony looking out at the Earth. The blue marble was healing. The dust clouds from the harvesters' initial orbital bombardments had cleared, and the Voral atmospheric stabilizers were working wonders on the greenhouse gases. It was a better world than the one she had grown up in. A chime at her door interrupted her thoughts. Ilara entered, her footsteps silent on the metallic floor. "Commander," the alien said, "the excavation of the Proxima site is complete. We found something in the deep strata beneath the Hive Mother's remains." Vance stood up, a weapon. "No," Ilara said, extending a slender hand. In her palm sat a small, crystalline shard no larger than a data drive. It pulsed with a faint, rhythmic amber light. "It is a recording not of data but of intent. It predates the Xyloth. It is a message from the stars themselves." Vance took the shard. As her skin touched the crystal, the room seemed to dissolve. She wasn't standing on the moon anymore. She was standing in a place of infinite light surrounded by the consciousness of a billion suns. It was the great jury, the same presence Thorn had described in his fevered reports. The question was asked, a voice echoed, a sound like 1,000 bells ringing at once. "Is the gardener worthy of the sword?" Images flashed before Vance's eyes. The resurrected pilots shielding a civilian transport. A human engineer sharing his last ration with a starving Voral refugee. The moment the Vanguard dove into the heart of the erasure zone. The answer was not written in words, the presence continued. It was written in the blood of the willing. The entropy has been stayed. The cycle is broken. The garden may grow. The vision snapped shut. Vance found herself gasping for air, clutching the edge of her desk. The amber shard was now dark, its energy spent. "They saw us," Vance whispered. "They saw what he did." "They saw what we did," Ilara corrected gently. "The individual is a leaf, but the species is the tree. The tree has survived the winter." Life moved forward as it always does. The void ghosts that had haunted the pilots began to change. They were no longer terrifying shadows. The resurrected reported seeing a figure in the periphery of their vision during long jumps, a man in a flight suit standing on the edge of the light watching over the fleet. They called him the Sentinel. They couldn't remember his name, but they felt his presence in the hum of the vacuum drives and the stability of the gravity wells. Miller, now a Commodore, led the first expeditionary force back to the Xyloth home systems. They didn't find a graveyard, they found a nursery. Hidden in the subspatial folds of their dead suns, thousands of Xyloth embryos were waiting for the right frequency to wake up. The humans provided the energy, the Voral provided the song. The galaxy was changing. The era of the harvesters was ending, replaced by a messy, vibrant, and often chaotic coalition of survivors. Humans, once the scavengers of the stars, were now the architects of the new peace. On the one-year anniversary of the Battle of Saturn, a monument was unveiled on the plains of Africa, near the site where the first harvester needle had struck. It wasn't a statue of a general or a politician. It was a simple pillar of obsidian, topped with a piece of the Resolute's original hull that had been found floating near Mars months after the explosion. There was no name on the pillar. The erasure had been too thorough for that. Instead, there was a single sentence carved in both English and the flowing script of the Voral. To the pilot who is everywhere and nowhere. Sarah Vance stood before the pillar, the wind whipping her hair. She felt the phantom itch in her mind again, stronger than ever. She closed her eyes and tried to remember a voice, a gravelly, tired voice that had spoken of the garden. For a second, just a heartbeat, she saw him, a man with a crooked smile and eyes that held the weight of the galaxy. He was standing on the bridge of a ship made of light, nodding to her. "Captain," a voice called out behind her. It was one of the new recruits, a girl no older than 19, wearing the silver wings of the Star Corps. "The Hope is ready for departure. We're heading to the Andromeda Fringe. They say there are more survivors out there." Vance took a deep breath, the scent of rain and growing grass filling her lungs. She looked up at the violet nebula which now stretched across the night sky like a protective arm. "Let's go," Vance said. "We have a lot of work to do. The stars are still watching." As they walked toward the launch shuttle, the young recruit looked back at the obsidian pillar. "Do you think he's out there, ma'am? Wherever the Silent One takes people." Vance paused, her hand on the shuttle's railing. She thought of the amber shard, the great jury, and the way the vacuum drive seemed to run a little smoother when the fleet was in danger. "He's not in the void," Vance said, and for the first time she was absolutely certain. "He's in the light. He's the reason the sun still rises." Far out past the edge of the solar system, where the light of the sun is nothing more than a bright needle in the dark, a ripple appeared in space-time. It wasn't the oily black of a harvester jump nor the violet tear of a human drive. It was a soft, golden shimmer. Inside the shimmer, a ship that looked remarkably like the Resolute drifted through the silent dark. Its hull was no longer scarred obsidian, but a living lattice of white crystal and green vines. On the bridge, a man sat in the command chair, his hands resting on consoles made of woven light. Beside him, a woman with glowing eyes laughed at a joke only the two of them could hear. They weren't in the Sol system. They weren't even in the Milky Way. They were in the spaces between the high gardens where the Xyloth had once walked. The man looked out at the infinite expanse of the multiverse. He could see the human fleet moving through the dark, a trail of sparks against the velvet night. He could see the Voral singing to the new stars. He could see the harvesters retreating into the deep cold. He smiled. It wasn't the smile of a soldier or a martyr. It was the smile of a gardener who had finally seen the first sprout of spring. "They're doing well," Elia's Aris said. her voice a melody that resonated through the ship's very atoms. "I never doubted them," Thorn replied. He reached out and touched the navcom. "Where to next?" "The stars are asking another question," Eris said, her holographic hand resting over his. "In the Triangulum galaxy, something is waking up, something that needs to be taught how to grow." Thorn nodded. The Resolute, or whatever it had become, turned its prow toward the distant glow of a new horizon. "Then let's go," Thorn said. "We've got a lot of gardening to do." The ship vanished, not with a roar but with a whisper. Behind it, the stars continued to shine, no longer cold and indifferent but warm and expectant. The jury had delivered its verdict. The humans had been judged. And in the end, they hadn't just been worth saving, they had been worth following. The galaxy was no longer empty. The silence was gone, replaced by the breathing of 1,000,000,000,000 souls, all looking up at the same sky, all part of a story that was only just beginning. The stars had asked, and the answer had changed everything. The hope of cinders cut a clean wake through the shimmering violet haze of the new nebula. For Sarah Vance, the view from the observation deck was no longer a reminder of a cataclysm, but a map of a miracle. The gas was rich in exotic matter, a byproduct of the vacuum drive's unique expiration, and it was already beginning to react with the solar winds. It was acting as a filter, scrubbing the residual radiation left behind by the harvester beams. Earth was breathing again, its atmosphere thickening with a vitality that defied the models of the pre-war scientists. "Commander, we're receiving a transmission from the lunar surface," an officer announced, his voice echoing in the vaulted quiet of the deck. "It's the Reconstruction Authority. They've successfully stabilized the first of the orbital elevators." Sarah turned away from the stars. "Tell them to prioritize the seed vault transports. We need those forests back on the surface before the next monsoon season. The Voral say the soil chemistry is peaking." As the officer hurried away, Sarah felt a presence at her shoulder. It wasn't the heavy, mechanical footfall of a marine, but the soft, rhythmic hum of a Voral chronicler. It was Ilara, her bioluminescent robes glowing a soft, contemplative amber. "The humans move with a frantic grace," Ilara said, her translator smoothing her clicks into a melodic alto. "You rebuild as if you fear the silence will return if you stop for even a moment." "We've spent a long time being the prey, Ilara," Sarah replied, leaning against the cold, transparasteel. "Activity is the only thing that keeps the ghosts at bay. If we stop, we might start remembering things we aren't supposed to." Ilara tilted her masked head. "You speak of the hole in the world, the gap where the pilot once stood." Sarah winced. The hole was a clinical term the psychologists had come up with to describe the collective amnesia surrounding the Resolute's final moments. Everyone knew a ship had died to save them. Everyone knew a man had triggered the drive. But the specifics, his name, the shape of his jaw, the sound of his laugh, were like sand slipping through a sieve. The more they tried to grasp the memory, the faster it eroded. "The Voral do not forget him," Ilara whispered. "Our minds are structured differently. We do not store memory in the meat of the brain, but in the resonance of the soul. To us, he is a chord that is still vibrating. a low, steady note that underpins the entire symphony of this system. "Then tell me," Sarah said, her voice dropping to a desperate serration. "Tell me his name. Give me something to hold onto." Alara's mask flickered to a mournful violet. "I cannot. To speak the name of one who has been unmade is to invite the void into one's own throat. He did not just die, Commander. He traded his existence for yours. To give him back his name would be to undo the sacrifice. He must remain a ghost so that you may remain flesh." Sarah looked back at the nebula. She felt a sudden, irrational anger at the universe. It felt like a rigged game, a salvation bought with a currency that erased the very heart of the victory. But as she watched a flight of resurrected interceptors weave through the gas, their wings glowing with reflected light, the anger softened into a dull, manageable ache. "We found something in the debris of the World Eater," Sarah said, changing the subject. "A black box from one of the Harvester hive mothers. Our cryptographers can't make sense of it, but the neural patterns look familiar." Ilara moved closer to the console, her long, slender fingers hovering over the datapad Sarah offered. As the alien scanned the scrolling lines of code, her light pulsed erratically. "This is not Harvester technology," Ilara said, her voice trembling. "This is a record of the consensus. It is a list of the worlds they have harvested over the last 10,000 cycles." "Is there a pattern?" "There is a destination," Ilara replied. "The harvesters were not just consuming resources, they were fleeing. They were gathering mass and biological data to build a gateway, a way out of this galaxy." Sarah felt a chill that had nothing to do with the recycled air of the ship. Fleeing from what? Ilara didn't answer immediately. She projected a star map into the center of the room. It showed the Milky Way, but it was overlaid with a dark, spreading stain that originated from the direction of the Boötes void. "The Great Hunger," Ilara said. "The harvesters were the scouts, the scavengers who cleared the path, but the thing that follows them, it does not harvest, it does not recycle, it simply ends. The stars call it the final silence." Sarah stared at the map. The stain was vast, encompassing dozens of star systems that had gone dark in the last century. "And it's coming here." "It was," Ilara said, "until the pilot detonated the vacuum drive. That burst of pure existence didn't just destroy the white ship. It sent a ripple back through the harvester network. It told the final silence that this garden is guarded. It told the dark that there is a fire burning in the Sol system that cannot be extinguished. So we're safe." "For now," Ilara said, "but the fire needs fuel, Commander. The stars didn't just ask if you were worth saving. They asked if you were ready to lead. The Voral are a dying race, our songs are ending, but the humans, you are just beginning to find your voice." The conversation was interrupted by a sharp chime from the tactical station. "Commander Vance, we have an unscheduled jump signature at the edge of the Uit cloud. It's not Harvester, it's one of ours." Sarah pushed off the railing and moved to the hololith. "Identify." "It's the Long Walk, ma'am. The scout ship we lost 3 years ago in the Proxima campaign. It was presumed destroyed." 3 years, Sarah muttered. That ship didn't have a jump drive capable of that distance. How did it get back? They're hailing us, audio only. Sarah nodded. The speakers crackled with the sound of deep space static, a rhythmic, pulsing hiss that sounded like breathing. Then a voice broke through. It was young, female, and sounded utterly exhausted. This is Lieutenant Miller of the Long Walk. We don't know where we are. We were in the Proxima Belt, surrounded by harvester needles. We were ready to self-destruct. Then the sky just opened. Lieutenant, this is Commander Vance of the Hope of Cinders. You are in the Sol system. You're safe. How did you get here? There was a long pause on the other end. A ship found us, Miller said, her voice trembling. A ship made of glass and vines. It didn't use a radio, it just spoke to our navigation computer. It told us the way home. It told us the garden was open. Sarah looked at Ilara. The Voral's mask was a brilliant, blinding gold. The Sentinel, Ilara whispered. Lieutenant, Sarah said, her heart hammering against her ribs. Did you see the pilot of that ship? Did he give you a name? No name, Commander, Miller replied, but he sent a message. He said to tell the woman with the steel eyes that the coffee on this side is terrible, but the view is worth it. Sarah felt a sob catch in her throat. She gripped the edge of the command table until her knuckles turned white. The hole in her mind didn't fill in, but the edges of it stopped hurting. She couldn't remember his face, but she remembered the feeling of being led by someone who refused to give up on the impossible. Copy that. Long walk, Sarah said, her voice thick. Welcome home. We'll send a recovery team to guide you in. As the bridge crew erupted into cheers, Sarah stepped back into the shadows of the observation deck. She looked out at the nebula, which seemed to pulse with a new, secret rhythm. The war wasn't over. The final silence was still out there, lurking in the dark between galaxies. The harvesters were broken, but the universe was vast and full of terrors that had been watching the Sol system with hungry eyes. But for the first time in human history, they weren't alone. They had the Voral, they had the technology of the Xyloth, and somewhere out in the deep black, they had a gardener who was tending to the fences. Sarah reached into her pocket and pulled out a small, jagged piece of metal she had found in her quarters weeks ago. It was a shard of a pilot's badge, scorched and bent. She had no idea why she had kept it or where it had come from, but as she held it, she felt a faint warmth, a lingering spark of the man who had been erased. We'll keep it growing, she whispered to the empty air, I promise. Down on Earth, in the ruins of a city that had once been called London, a child was playing in the dirt. The ground was gray and packed hard by years of ash, but a small green shoot had pushed its way through a crack in the pavement. The child reached out to touch it, and as she did, the clouds parted. For a brief moment, the sun shone down on the ruined street and the violet nebula above shimmered like a curtain of silk. The child looked up, not with fear, but with wonder. She didn't know about the consensus or the vacuum drives. She didn't know about the sacrifice of the Resolute. She only knew that the sky was beautiful and that for the first time in her life the wind didn't smell like smoke. It smelled like rain, It smelled like the future. The stars had asked the question. The answer was written in the green leaf and the blue sky. It was written in the ships returning home and the songs of the Voral. Humans were worth saving, not because they were perfect, but because they were the only species in the galaxy stubborn enough to plant a garden in the middle of a graveyard. And high above, in the silence between the atoms, the sentinel watched the little girl and the green shoot. He turned his ship toward the next dark corner of the universe, his hands steady on the controls of light. There were more gardens to plant, more questions to answer. The Hope of Cinders turned its prow toward the edge of the system, its engines humming a new song. Sarah Vance stood on the bridge, her eyes fixed on the distant stars. "Set course for the Boötes void," she commanded. "If the silence is coming, we might as well meet it halfway. We have a message to deliver." "What message, Commander?" the navigator asked. Sarah smiled, and for a moment, she looked exactly like the man she couldn't remember. "Tell them the gardeners are here, and we don't like weeds." The fleet jumped, not into the dark, but into a future they had earned with every drop of blood and every forgotten memory. The Sol system was no longer a tomb, it was a lighthouse, and as the golden shimmer of the Sentinel's ship faded into the distance, the universe seemed to lean in, listening to the first notes of a new, defiant symphony. The stars had asked, and Earth had finally found the words to answer. Part 9 End. The transition from a species under siege to a galactic steward did not happen with a grand proclamation, but in the grease-stained hangars of the Mars shipyards and the hydroponic levels of the lunar colonies. For Sarah Vance, the shift was marked by the weight of a datapad that never seemed to get any lighter. The Hope of Cinders was no longer a lone survivor. It was the flagship of a coalition that looked to her for a vision of a future they hadn't yet learned to inhabit. "The Triangulum signal is strengthening," Commander Lieutenant Miller said. The young pilot, recovered from the long walk, had been reassigned to the Hope's bridge. She still had the hollow-eyed look of someone who had seen the backstabbing physics of the higher dimensions, but her hands were steady on the holographic interface. It's not a distress call, it's a rhythmic pulse, like a heartbeat but translated into gravitational waves. Sarah looked at the Voral chronicler, Alara, who stood near the sensor array. The alien's bioluminescence was a steady, rhythmic green, indicating a state of deep calculation. "The pulse originates from a Dyson shell fragment," Alara translated, her voice vibrating through the deck plates, "a relic of the precursors. It is a nursery, Commander, a place where the Xyloth once incubated the seeds of sentient life. It has been dormant since the first Harvester Crusade nearly 1,000,000 of your years ago." "And why is it waking up now?" Sarah asked, her eyes narrowing. "Is it because of the vacuum drive detonation? Did we trip an alarm?" "Not an alarm," Alara replied. "An invitation. The energy signature of the pilot's sacrifice was a universal constant being rewritten. It acted as a resonance key. The nursery believes the gardeners have returned." Sarah felt a familiar phantom ache in her temples. The pilot, the man whose name was a smudge in the collective memory of humanity, continued to haunt them through the very miracles he had left behind. If this nursery was waking up because it thought he was coming, they were heading into a situation built on a misunderstanding. We aren't the gardeners it's expecting, Sarah muttered. Perhaps not, Alara said softly, but you are the ones who are here. In the eyes of the cosmos, that is often the same thing. The jump to the triangulum fringe was unlike any transit Sarah had experienced. Usually, a slipstream jump felt like being pulled through a needle's eye, a moment of crushing pressure followed by the sterile silence of the void. But this time, the ship seemed to slide through a warm, golden medium. The crew reported smelling ozone and wild jasmine in the corridors. The ship's AI, usually a cold, logical presence, began humming a low, melodic frequency that matched the pulse of the distant nursery. When they dropped into real space, the bridge crew fell silent. Before them lay a shattered sphere of obsidian and amber, a broken shell the size of a planetary system, orbiting a dying red giant. But the shell wasn't dead. Millions of tiny lights like fireflies drifted between the jagged fragments. Massive tendrils of translucent energy connected the pieces, weaving a web of light that held the atmosphere in place. Inside the web, they could see continents of floating moss and oceans of liquid mercury, all teeming with shapes that defied terrestrial biology. Scans are showing life signs, Miller whispered, her voice thick with awe. Thousands of them, millions, but they're faint, like they're stuck in some kind of stasis. They are the unfinished, Alara said, her robes turning a sharp, cautionary red. The species the Xyloth were shaping before the Great Hunger drove them into the shadows. Without a guide, they have been drifting in a half-life for eons. As the Hope of Cinders approached the primary aperture of the shell, a shimmer appeared on the main view screen. It wasn't a communication request, it was an intrusion. The screen flickered, the stars outside blurring into a kaleidoscope of colors until a figure resolved in the center of the bridge. It was a projection, but it felt solid. It was a tall, slender being with skin like polished pearl and eyes that contained the swirling gases of a nebula. It didn't look like the Voral, nor did it look like the terrifying, geometric harvesters. It looked like a memory of a god. The jury has spoken, the being said, its voice echoing not in their ears but in the marrow of their bones. The vacuum has been filled. The cycle of reaping is suspended. But who comes to claim the inheritance of the Silent One? Sarah stepped forward, her hand instinctively resting on the hilt of the ceremonial blade at her hip, a relic recovered from the Resolute's wreckage. I am Commander Sarah Vance of the United Earth Star Corps. We come in peace and in partnership with the Voral. The being's gaze swept over her, and Sarah felt as if her entire life, every mistake, every loss, every moment of bravery was being weighed on a cosmic scale. You are of the dust, the being observed, its tone neither mocking nor kind. You are brief, you are violent, you are the species that chose to burn its own house to kill a spider. We did what we had to do to survive, Sarah said, her voice iron hard. And we're the ones who stood when everyone else ran. If that makes us of the dust, then the dust is stronger than you think. The being tilted its head, a flicker of something like curiosity crossing its ethereal features. The pilot spoke of your stubbornness. He said you would be the only ones brave enough to walk into a graveyard and see a field of grain. You knew him? Sarah asked, her heart leaping. You knew the man who triggered the drive. He is not a man anymore, the being replied. He is a fundamental constant. He is the bridge between the is and the should be. He told us that if we opened the nursery, you would come. He said you needed something to care for, or you would eventually turn your weapons on yourselves. The projection gestured toward the broken Dyson shell. Inside this cradle are 12 sentient species in their infancy. They are fragile. They are confused. The harvesters would have turned them into fuel. The Voral would have turned them into a song of mourning. What will you do with them, Sarah Vance? The weight of the question was staggering. Sarah looked at the bridge of her ship, at the young men and women who had grown up in bunkers, who had seen their parents vaporized by orbital lasers, who had learned to fly ships before they learned to drive cars. They were a generation forged in fire. They knew how to destroy. They knew how to endure, but did they know how to nurture? She looked at Miller, who was staring at the floating continents with tears in her eyes. She looked at the Voral, who were already beginning to record the biosignatures of the new life forms with a reverence that bordered on the holy. We will protect them, Sarah said. We will teach them. And when they are ready, we will let them choose their own path. The being smiled, a slow, blinding radiance. Then the garden is yours. But be warned, the final silence does not sleep. It has seen the light you have ignited here. It will come to see if the flame is worth extinguishing. Let it come, Sarah said. We've spent our whole history fighting for a scrap of dirt. We'll fight just as hard for a galaxy. The projection faded and the golden web around the Dyson shell began to pulse with a welcoming light. A massive docking bay, large enough to house the entire human fleet, slowly rotated toward the hope of cinders. Commander, Miller said, her voice trembling with excitement. I'm receiving a data dump. It's a manual, biology, linguistics, terraforming protocols. It's all translated into English and Voral, and there's a footer on the last page. Sarah leaned over the console. At the bottom of the screen, in a font that looked like it had been scrawled by a tired hand, were 4 words. Don't forget to water. Sarah let out a short, jagged laugh that turned into a breath of relief. She looked out at the nursery, at the millions of lives waiting to begin, and she felt the hole in her mind finally stop being a void. It became a foundation. All ships, Sarah commanded, her voice ringing through the commnet of the entire fleet. Prepare for landing. Break out the atmospheric stabilizers and the medical kits. We have a lot of work to do. As the fleet moved into the embrace of the ancient structure, far away on the edge of the Andromeda fringe, a ripple appeared in the dark. A ship of crystal and vines drifted past a dying star. On the bridge, Elias Thorne felt a sudden warmth in his chest. He didn't look back. He didn't need to. He could feel the fire he had started growing brighter, fueled by the stubborn, beautiful will of the people he had left behind. He reached out and adjusted the nav comm, his fingers dancing across the light keys. They're doing it, Aris, he whispered. I told you, the woman with glowing eyes replied, her hand resting on his shoulder. They were always the best of us. They just needed a reason to stop hiding. Thorn smiled and set the course for the next dark patch of space. The stars were no longer asking if humans were worth saving. Now they were asking what humans would do next, and Thorn couldn't wait to see the answer. The Hope of Cinders touched down on the emerald moss of a floating continent, its landing struts sinking into the soft, alien earth. As the ramp lowered and the first human boots stepped onto a world that wasn't their own, the air was filled with a sound that hadn't been heard in the Triangulum galaxy for 1,000,000 years. It wasn't the sound of engines or the roar of guns. It was the sound of 1,000,000,000 voices beginning to sing. The silence was over. The garden was open. And the stars, for the first time in an eternity, were content to simply watch and listen. The descent onto the surface of the nursery's primary fragment felt less like a military operation and more like a collective intake of breath. The Hope of Cinders didn't groan under the stress of atmospheric entry. Instead, the shimmering lattice of the Dyson shell seemed to reach out with invisible fingers of gravity, cradling the massive hull and drawing it down toward a plane of iridescent violet flora. Sarah Vance stood at the edge of the lowered ramp, the air of the Triangulum nursery hitting her lungs with a crispness that made her dizzy. It didn't taste like the recycled metallic oxygen of the ship, nor the ash-heavy wind of a recovering Earth. It tasted of ozone and crushed mint, a cold, clean vitality that felt ancient and terrifyingly new. Beside her, Alara's bioluminescence had settled into a steady, rhythmic pulse of sapphire, the voral color for sanctuary. "The atmosphere is saturated with nanites," Alara whispered, her vocal membranes vibrating with a melodic hum. "They are repairing the cellular damage of your crew even as you breathe. The nursery recognizes your biology as guest status." "Guest status?" Sarah repeated, stepping off the metal ramp and onto the springy, moss-like ground. It felt like walking on a cloud that had been woven into silk. "I suppose that's better than pest status." Behind them, the specialized teams began to disembark. These weren't the shock troops of the Harvester War, but the scientists, the botanists, and the linguists who had spent the last decade studying the scraps of Xyloth data. They moved with a hesitant reverence, their scanners chirping in a frantic rhythm as they tried to catalog a world that defied every known law of evolutionary biology. "Commander, look at this," Lieutenant Miller called out. She was kneeling 50 yards away near a grove of trees whose leaves looked like shards of stained glass. Sarah approached and stopped short. Nestled in the translucent roots of the glass trees was a creature. It was small, roughly the size of a Terran fox, but its skin was a shifting mosaic of copper scales and soft, white fur. It had 6 legs ending in delicate, multi-fingered paws, and its eyes, large amber orbs, were fixed on Miller with a look of profound, sleepy confusion. "It's one of the unfinished," Alara said, drifting closer. "This species was intended to be the navigators of the inner currents. Their nervous systems are designed to interface directly with the magnetic ley lines of a planet. They have been in stasis for 300,000 years." The creature let out a low, trilling sound, a chord that resonated in Sarah's chest. Miller reached out a trembling hand, her fingers stopping inches from the creature's copper scales. "Is it safe?" Miller asked, her voice hushed. "It is hungry," Alara replied, "not for flesh but for purpose. The stasis has left them hollow." Sarah looked around the vast, shimmering plain. There were thousands of these groves, and within each one more shapes were beginning to stir. Tall, spindly bipeds with skin like hammered silver, squat, multi-eyed beings that moved with a liquid grace, tiny, winged sparks that drifted through the air like living embers. This wasn't just a planet, it was a library of potential, a catalog of civilizations that had almost been erased before they could begin. "We need to set up the perimeter," Sarah said, though her voice lacked its usual command deck bite. "Not to keep things out, but to establish a base of operations for the feeding and stabilization protocols. Miller, get the hydroponic teams down here. We have 12 different metabolic blueprints to satisfy, and according to the manual the God Thing gave us, we're already behind schedule." As the sun of the red giant dipped toward the horizon of the shell fragment, casting long, bloody shadows across the violet moss, the work began. It was the hardest labor the crew of the Hope of Cinders had ever performed. There were no enemies to shoot, no clear objectives to seize. Instead, there were delicate lungs to clear of stasis fluid, telepathic distress calls to soothe, and complex chemical baths to stabilize. By the third day of the occupation, the nursery had transformed into a sprawling, chaotic hospital. Human engineers worked alongside Voral weavers to repair the ancient conduits of the Dyson shell, while soldiers who had once been trained to kill harvesters found themselves bottle-feeding six-legged copper foxes and singing lullabies to silver-skinned giants who wept when the wind blew too hard. Sarah sat in a makeshift command tent, staring at a holographic map of the Dyson fragments. The scale of it was still impossible to grasp. This was just one fragment of 12. If they were to truly be the gardeners, they would need more than one ship. They would need a civilization. A shadow fell across the tent's entrance. It was Alara, but the Voral looked different. Her mask was dimmed and her movements were heavy. "The consensus is divided, Sarah," Alara said without preamble. Sarah looked up from the maps. "Divided? About what?" "We're saving lives here, Alara. We're fulfilling the legacy of the Xyloth. The Voral have lived in the shadow of the Great Silence for an eternity," Alara replied, her voice a somber drone. "We have survived by being quiet, by being small, by being forgotten. By claiming this nursery, by standing in the light of the Sentinel's fire, you have made us a target. Many of my people believe we should take the unfinished and flee into the deep black. They believe that staying here is an invitation to the final silence." "Fleeing didn't work for the Xyloth," Sarah argued, standing up. "It didn't work for the billions of species the harvesters turned into dust. The only thing that worked was fighting back. The only thing that worked was the pilot." "The pilot is a ghost," Alara snapped, her mask flashing a sharp, defensive yellow. "He is a memory of a man who broke the laws of the universe. We cannot build a future on ghosts, Sarah Vance." "He's not a ghost to me," Sarah said softly, her hand going to the shard of the pilot's badge in her pocket. "He's a promise. He gave us this chance. If we run now, we're telling him that his sacrifice wasn't worth the effort." Before Alara could respond, the ground beneath them shuddered. It wasn't the rhythmic pulse of the nursery, but a violent, jagged tremor that tore through the violet moss. Outside, the sirens of the Hope of Cinders began to wail, a sound that felt like a sacrilege in this holy place. Sarah ran out of the tent, her boots skidding on the shifting ground. In the sky above, the golden web of the Dyson shell was flickering. One of the primary energy tendrils, a massive beam of light that held the atmosphere in place, was turning a sickly, bruised purple. "Report," Sarah shouted into her comm link. "Commander, we have an intrusion," Miller's voice came through, jagged with panic. "Something just dropped out of slip space on the far side of the red giant. It's not a harvester needle. It's bigger, much bigger." Sarah looked up, squinting against the glare of the dying sun. Emerging from the shadow of the star was a shape that looked like a jagged tooth of obsidian. It was miles long, its surface covered in pulsing, bioluminescent veins of a cold, dead blue. It didn't use engines, it seemed to fall through space, dragging the darkness with it. "The silence," Alara whispered, her robes turning a terrified ashen white. "The first echo has arrived." The obsidian ship didn't fire a beam or launch a missile. Instead, it emitted a sound, a low, grinding frequency that bypassed the ears and vibrated directly into the brain. It was the sound of 1,000 screams slowed down to a crawl. It was the sound of entropy. Across the plain, the unfinished began to wail. The copper foxes curled into balls of shivering scales, the silver giants collapsed to their knees, their skin turning gray. The very plants began to wither, the glass leaves shattering as the frequency hit them. "They aren't here to conquer," Sarah realized, her teeth aching from the vibration. "They're here to erase." "The nursery's shields are failing," Miller reported, her voice coming through a haze of static. "That sound, it's a corruption code. It's rewriting the shell's operating system. If we don't stop it, the gravity will fail. The atmosphere will vent. Everything here will die in minutes." Sarah turned to Alara. The Voral was frozen, her bioluminescence flickering like a dying candle. "Alara, look at me." Sarah grabbed the alien's shoulders, shaking her. "You said the Voral have a song for mourning. Do you have a song for defiance? Can you counter that frequency?" "It is too strong," Alara stammered. "We are but a few. They are the echo of the end." "Then we won't be a few," Sarah said. She turned back to the hope of cinders. "Miller, patch me into the fleet-wide broadcast. Use the Voral resonance amplifiers. I want every speaker on every ship, every suit comm, and every handheld radio to be open." "Commander, what are you doing?" "We're going to give the silence an answer," Sarah said, her eyes fixed on the obsidian tooth in the sky. The broadcast opened with a burst of static. Sarah took a deep breath, feeling the vibration of the enemy ship trying to pull the air from her lungs. "This is Commander Sarah Vance," she began, her voice steady despite the tremors. "To every human, every Voral, and every living soul in this system. They want us to be quiet. They want us to believe that the universe is a cold, empty place where only the dark survives. They want us to forget the man who gave his life so we could stand here today." She looked at the copper fox at Miller's feet, its eyes clouded with fear. "But we are the gardeners now," Sarah continued. "And a gardener doesn't run when the frost comes. We stand our ground. I want everyone right now to make some noise. Don't worry about the frequency. Don't worry about the music. Just scream, sing, shout. Let the universe know that we are still here and we are not going to be silent." For a moment, there was nothing but the grinding roar of the obsidian ship. Then, a single voice broke through the static. It was Miller, singing a ragged, off-key version of an old Earth anthem. Then another voice joined in a rough, gravelly shout from a mechanic in the hangar. Then a voral began to hum, a high, piercing note that cut through the gloom. Within seconds, the broadcast was a wall of sound. It was a chaotic, beautiful, discordant symphony of 1,000 different voices, all screaming in defiance of the dark. The voral resonance amplifiers took that sound and projected it outward. It wasn't a weapon of physics, but a weapon of intent. The chaotic frequency of the humans and the melodic resonance of the voral crashed into the grinding roar of the silence. The purple energy in the Dyson shell's web began to stabilize. The bruised color receded, replaced by a defiant, burning gold. "It's working," Miller cried out. "The nursery's AI is syncing with our broadcast. It's using our brain waves as a template for a new firewall." The obsidian ship seemed to recoil. The bioluminescent veins on its hull flickered and dimmed, unable to process the sheer, unorganized chaos of the living noise. But the silence was not so easily defeated. The obsidian tooth began to glow with a blinding, frigid light. A massive aperture opened at its tip, gathering the dark energy of the surrounding void. "They're charging a primary beam," Alara warned, her voice regaining its strength. "They will crack the fragment in half." "Not today," Sarah said. She turned to the hope of cinders. "Target all forward batteries on that aperture. Charge the vacuum slugs. If they want to see how humans handle the dark, we'll show them." "Commander, the Hope can't take a hit from that thing," Miller said. "Our shields are at 20%. "Then don't let them fire," Sarah commanded. As the Hope of Cinders rose from the violet plain, its engines roaring in a final, desperate surge, a new signal appeared on the scanners. It was a faint, shimmering trace coming from the very center of the red giant star. A ship of glass and vines erupted from the solar corona, trailing fire like a comet's tail. It moved with a speed that defied inertia, a streak of golden light that carved through the darkness. "The Sentinel," Alara whispered, her mask erupting in a blinding, joyous white. The glass ship didn't fire a weapon, it simply collided with the obsidian tooth. There was no explosion, no sound. Instead, there was a burst of pure white light that washed over the entire system. When the light faded, the obsidian ship was gone. It hadn't been destroyed, it had been unmade, its atoms scattered back into the void from which they came. The glass ship slowed, drifting toward the Hope of Cinders. For a long moment, the two vessels hung in the air above the nursery, the battered, steel warship of humanity and the ethereal, impossible craft of the gardener. Sarah stood on the observation deck watching the glass ship. She could see a figure standing behind the transparent hull. He was distant, his features blurred by the shimmer of the vines, but he raised a hand in a slow, tired salute. Then the glass ship turned and vanished into a fold of space, leaving behind only a faint scent of jasmine and the lingering warmth of a sun that refused to set. The silence that followed was not the cold, dead silence of the harvesters. It was the quiet of a garden after a storm. Sarah looked down at her hands. They were shaking. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the shard of the pilot's badge. It was glowing with a soft, steady light. "He's still out there," Miller said, stepping up beside her. "He's everywhere," Sarah replied. She looked out at the nursery. The unfinished were standing now, their eyes bright with a new, awakened intelligence. The silver giants were looking up at the stars, and the copper foxes were playing in the ruins of the glass trees. The war with the silence was just beginning. There would be more obsidian ships, more corruption codes, more attempts to erase the light. But as Sarah Vance looked at her crew, at the humans and the Voral standing together on a world they had saved, she knew that the answer would always be the same. The stars had asked if humans were worth saving. And the humans had decided that the stars were worth saving, too. "Lieutenant Miller," Sarah said, her voice echoing in the quiet bridge. "Yes, Commander." "Scan the next quadrant. I think I see some weeds on the horizon." The Hope of Cinders turned its prow toward the deep black, not as a fugitive but as a guardian. And as the ship jumped into the unknown, the violet nebula behind them pulsed once like a heartbeat and then settled into a steady, eternal glow. The garden was growing, and for the first time in history, the gardeners were ready. The transition from the violet moss of the nursery back to the pressurized, humming corridors of the Hope of Cinders felt like stepping from a dream into a machine. Sarah Vance walked the length of the central gantry, her boots ringing against the deck plating with a rhythmic, purposeful clatter that seemed to ground the entire ship. The crews she passed didn't snap to attention with the rigid, fearful discipline of the early war years. Instead, there was a frantic, collaborative energy. Human engineers were huddled over holographic displays with Voral weavers, their hands moving in a synchronized dance of silicon and light as they integrated the nursery's diagnostic data into the ship's navigation arrays. "Commander on deck," Miller called out from the primary tactical station. The lieutenant looked exhausted, her uniform stained with the iridescent pollen of the glass trees, but her eyes were wider and clearer than Sarah had seen them since the fall of the Sol system. "Status report, Miller," Sarah said, leaning over the holographic projector. The image of the Triangulum nursery was shrinking as the Hope pulled into a high orbital tether, its shimmering latticework looking like a delicate snowflake against the backdrop of the red giant. "The first echo has been neutralized, but the sensor ghosting hasn't stopped," Miller reported, tapping a command key. A jagged red pulse flickered on the edge of the long-range scanners. The obsidian tooth wasn't a scout, it was a buoy. Before the Sentinel unmade it, it broadcast a wideband burst directed at the great attractor. "We're picking up sympathetic vibrations from 3 other Dyson fragments in this sector. The silence knows where the nurseries are now." Sarah felt a cold knot tighten in her stomach. The victory had been a reprieve, not a conclusion. And the unfinished? How are they reacting to the transition? "That's the strange part," Miller said, a small, puzzled smile tugging at her lips. "They aren't just surviving, they're accelerating. The medical teams say the cellular repair nanites in the atmosphere have shifted into a maturation phase. The copper foxes the navigators Alara mentioned are already beginning to interface with the ship's comms. They aren't speaking English or Voral, but they're humming at the encryption. It's like they're trying to help us see. Alara stepped onto the bridge then, her bioluminescence a soft, contemplative violet. She didn't wear her mask anymore. The delicate, translucent membranes of her face were exposed to the ship's recycled air, a gesture of profound trust that wasn't lost on the crew. The navigators feel the coming storm, Alara said, her voice a low vibration that seemed to resonate with the ship's hull. They were born to map the currents of the void. To them, the silence is not just an enemy, it is a blockage, a vacuum where there should be music. They want to clear the path. We can't protect all 12 fragments with one ship, Alara, Sarah said, turning to the Voral. If the silence is hitting the other nurseries, we're going to find nothing but dust by the time we arrive. We need to mobilize the consensus. We need every Voral ship that can still hold atmosphere to move to the nearest coordinates. Alara bowed her head, her skin rippling with a hesitant amber. The consensus is changing the broadcast you sent, Sarah, the noise of defiance. It wasn't just heard by those in the system. The Voral resonance amplifiers are linked through the subspace web. Every hidden colony, every drifting arc in the deep black felt the vibration of your species' scream. For the first time in 10,000 years, my people are not whispering. They are arguing. And some of them are starting to sing. Good, Sarah said, her voice hardening, because we're going to need a choir. She turned back to the tactical map. Miller, plot a course for Fragment 4. It's the closest one to the galactic core. If the Xyloth followed their own logic, that nursery should be the primary seed bank for the heavy gravity species. If the Silence gets their hands on those blueprints, they won't just erase life, they'll weaponize the very physics of the stars. Course plotted, Commander, but we have a problem. The slip space corridor between here and Fragment 4 is choked with debris. It looks like the Harvesters tried to scuttle the gate network during the final days of the war. We'll have to go the long way through the Ophiuchus cloud. The cloud is a graveyard, Alara warned. The radiation alone will peel the shielding off the Hope in hours. Not if we have a better shield, Sarah countered. She looked toward the hangar deck cameras on her secondary monitor. You said those copper foxes interface with magnetic ley lines. If we can bridge their nervous systems into the Hope's shield generators, can they tune us to the radiation? Can they make the ship part of the background noise? Alara paused, her membranes fluttering. It has never been done. To merge a biological navigator with a mechanical vessel. It is the technology of the Xyloth. It requires a level of trust that most species cannot conceive. We just screamed into the void together, Alara. I think we're past the introductions, Sarah said. Get the science teams on it. We jump in 6 hours. The following hours were a blur of high-stakes improvisation. The Hope of Cinders became a laboratory of the impossible. In the main hangar, a specialized cradle was constructed, not of cold steel, but of conductive polymers and voral silk. One of the unfinished, a navigator the crew had taken to calling Rusty for his copper scales, was brought aboard. He didn't seem afraid. He moved with a fluid, curious grace, his multi-fingered paws touching the bulkhead as if he could hear the ship's heartbeat. When the interface was finally initiated, the ship didn't just power up, it woke up. The lights on the bridge didn't flicker, they shifted into a soft, golden spectrum. The hum of the engines changed from a mechanical thrum to a deep, resonant chord that made the marrow of Sarah's bones ache with a strange, nostalgic warmth. "Navigator is synced," Miller whispered, her hands hovering over a console that was now displaying star charts in 4 dimensions. "Commander, I can see the gravity wells, not as numbers but as slopes. It's like the ship knows where the universe wants to go." "Engage," Sarah commanded. The jump into the Ophiuchus cloud was unlike any slipspace transition Sarah had ever experienced. Usually there was a moment of sickening vertigo, a feeling of being pulled through a needle's eye. This time there was only a sense of sliding into a warm bath. The view screens showed the ship surrounded by a shimmering veil of amber light, the navigator's influence, projecting a protective aura that turned the lethal radiation of the cloud into a harmless glow. But as they neared the center of the graveyard, the music of the ship began to sour. The golden lights dimmed, replaced by a flickering, sickly blue. "Something's wrong," Miller said, her voice trembling. "The navigator, he's crying. He's picking up something in the debris." Sarah looked at the main view screen. Amidst the shattered husks of ancient Xyloth stations and the calcified remains of harvester needles, a shape was emerging. It wasn't a ship. It was a sphere miles wide, constructed of the same obsidian material as the first Echo. It sat in the center of the graveyard like a bloated spider, and from its surface, thousands of thin, necrometallic tendrils reached out, probing the wrecks. "It's a scavenger," Alara whispered, her skin turning a frantic, mottled gray. "They aren't just erasing life. They are harvesting the memories of the dead. They are feeding on the ghosts of the Ophiuchus cloud." The sphere turned. A single, massive eye, a pit of swirling, entropic darkness opened on its equator. The frequency hit the hope like a physical blow. The navigator in the hangar let out a shriek that echoed through the ship's speakers, a sound of pure, unadulterated grief. "Shields dropping, the navigator is losing focus," Miller yelled. "The sphere is broadcasting the death cries of everyone who died in this cloud. It's overloading his nervous system." "Cut the feed," Sarah ordered. "I can't, he's hardwired into the generators. If I cut him out now, the radiation will fry us instantly." Sarah gripped the edge of her command chair. She could feel the despair of the sphere clawing at her mind, a cold, oily sensation that told her struggle was useless, that the universe was a graveyard and she was just another corpse waiting to be buried. It was the same feeling she'd had on Earth, watching the sky burn. "Alara," Sarah gasped, her vision blurring. "The song, we need the song again." "It is not enough," Alara groaned, slumped over her console. "There are too many ghosts here. Their pain is too loud." "Then we don't fight the pain," Sarah said, forcing herself to stand. She felt the shard of the pilot's badge in her pocket burning against her thigh. "We give it a purpose." She stumbled toward the comms array, her fingers fumbling with the controls. She didn't open a fleet-wide channel this time. She opened a direct link to the navigator in the hangar. "Rusty," she whispered, her voice cracking, "I know it hurts. I know you can hear them. All those lives, all those stories, they're being eaten. They're being turned into nothing." The navigator's whimpering slowed, replaced by a low, jagged trill. "Don't shut it out," Sarah urged, her tears hot on her cheeks. "Hold them, every single one of them. Take their memories and make them part of the ship. Don't let the silence have them. Give them a home here, in us." For a heartbeat, the ship felt as if it were about to tear itself apart. The metal groaned, the lights flared to a blinding white, and a wave of pure, raw emotion swept through the bridge. The joy of a billion births, the terror of a billion deaths, the mundane beauty of a trillion sunsets. It was the weight of an entire galaxy's history pressing down on a single human heart. And then the hope of Cinders changed. The amber veil around the ship didn't just brighten, it expanded, transforming into a magnificent, translucent wing of fire. The ship wasn't a vessel anymore, it was a phoenix draped in the radiant energy of a billion souls. The obsidian sphere fired a beam of pure entropy, a lance of darkness meant to unravel the very atoms of the hope. But the beam didn't hit, it was absorbed. The souls within the ship's aura, the ghosts Sarah had invited in, reached out and caught the darkness, neutralizing it with the sheer, overwhelming density of their collective existence. He's not just tuning the radiation," Miller said, her voice filled with awe. "He's weaponizing the history. He's using the Ophiuchus memories as a kinetic shield." "Forward batteries," Sarah commanded, her voice ringing with a power that wasn't entirely her own. "Load the vacuum slugs, but don't aim for the hull. Aim for the eye." The hope of Cinders surged forward, the phoenix wing of light carving a path through the debris. The obsidian sphere tried to retreat, its tendrils flailing in a sudden, panicked rhythm. But there was no escape from the weight of the past. The vacuum slugs struck the entropic eye. There was no explosion, only a sudden, violent implosion as the vacuum warheads collapsed the sphere's internal gravity. The obsidian material shivered, cracked, and then vanished into a singularity of its own making, leaving behind nothing but a faint, shimmering dust. The silence that followed was different. It wasn't the heavy, suffocating silence of the graveyard. It was the peaceful, expectant silence of a library. In the hangar, the navigator slumped in his cradle, his copper scales dull with exhaustion, but his amber eyes were bright and clear. He had tasted the history of the galaxy and he had found it delicious. "The cloud is clear," Miller whispered, staring at the sensors. "The radiation, it's gone." The navigator absorbed the ambient energy to fuel the shield. "We've turned the graveyard into a highway." Sarah sat back in her chair, her heart slowing its frantic pace. She looked at Alara, who was staring at her with a look of profound, almost religious terror. "You didn't just save us, Sarah Vance," Alara said. "You gave the dead a voice. You have broken the first law of the silence. You have proven that nothing is ever truly lost." "The Xyloth knew that," Sarah said, looking at the glowing shard in her hand. "They didn't build nurseries just for the living. They built them so the universe wouldn't forget." She looked out at the stars, which seemed closer now, more intimate. "Miller, resume course for Fragment 4, and tell the galley to break out the good rations. I think we've earned a meal that doesn't taste like recycled tin." As the hope of cinders accelerated, leaving the Ophiuchus cloud behind, a new signal began to pulse on the long-range arrays. It wasn't the jagged red of the silence or the golden hum of a nursery. It was a rhythmic, artificial beat, a distress code in a language that hadn't been heard in 1,000 years. "Commander," Miller said, her voice sharp with sudden tension, "I'm picking up a transmission from the far side of Fragment 4. It's coming from a Xylothera vessel, but it's not an automated beacon." Sarah leaned forward. "What is it?" Miller paused, her face pale in the light of the console. "It's a broadcast, Commander, in Terran Standard English. It's a set of coordinates followed by a single name." "Whose name?" Miller looked up, her eyes wide. "Yours, Sarah, it's calling for you." The bridge went silent. The navigator in the hangar let out a soft, inquisitive trill. Outside, the stars seemed to lean in as if they were waiting for the next word of the story. The pilot, Alara, whispered, "He is not a ghost, Sarah, he is a beacon." Sarah Vance didn't answer. She only looked at the coordinates, a point in space that didn't exist on any map, a place where the light of the stars met the edge of the infinite. "Adjust course," Sarah said at last, her voice a low, steady flame. "We're not going to the nursery yet. We're going to find the man who started this." The hope of cinders banked into a steep, elegant turn, its phoenix swing of light trailing behind it like a promise. The war for the soul of the universe had moved beyond the gardens and the graveyards. It was moving toward the heart of the fire. And for the first time, the dark was the one that was afraid. The transition into the deeper folds of the galactic core was not a physical movement so much as a psychological weight. As the hope of cinders pushed further toward the coordinates, the very fabric of space seemed to thicken, turning from the transparent velvet of the void into a soup of ionized gas and ancient, screaming radio waves. The ship's internal chronometers began to drift, seconds stretching into minutes, then snapping back with a violent, elastic jerk. "The gravitational shear in this sector is theoretical suicide," Miller muttered, her fingers flying across the keys to recalibrate the inertial dampeners for the 10th time in an hour. "We're skating on the edge of a localized singularity. If the navigator wasn't holding the structural integrity fields together with his own subconscious, we'd be spaghetti by now." Sarah stood at the forward observation port, her reflection ghosting over the swirling nebulae outside. The distress signal hadn't changed. It remained a steady, rhythmic pulse, a heartbeat in the dark. "Sarah Vance, Sarah Vance, Sarah Vance." It wasn't just a name, it was a tether. "How does he know I'm here?" Sarah asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The pilot? He's been gone for centuries. If he's alive, he's a ghost in a machine. If he's dead, he's a haunting. Either way, he shouldn't know my name." Alara moved to stand beside her, the Voral's skin a muted, respectful silver. "Time is not a river to the Xyloth, Sarah. It is a map. To someone who has touched the source, the past and the future are merely different rooms in the same house. He called for you because you are the only one who can hear the resonance of the key." "I'm just a soldier, Alara. I was trained to fly ships and shoot guns, not to be a tuning fork for the universe." And yet, Allura said, gesturing to the bridge crew, you have turned a ship of refugees into a symphony. The Voral followed the silence because we were afraid of the noise. You showed us that the noise is just life trying to find its rhythm. You are the conductor now. The ship shuddered violently. A klaxon blared, a low, mournful sound that was quickly drowned out by a screech of static. Contact, Miller shouted, dropping out of slip space. Oh God, Commander, look at the sensors. Sarah turned, the view screen cleared, and for a moment the entire bridge crew stopped breathing. They were no longer in open space. They had emerged into a pocket of reality that defied every law of astrophysics. It was a graveyard of stars, thousands of white dwarfs and neutron stars trapped in a complex, interlocking orbital dance held together by a web of shimmering, iridescent filaments. It looked like a colossal nervous system, a brain the size of a solar system, pulsing with a slow, rhythmic light. And at the center of the web sat the vessel. It wasn't a ship in any sense Sarah understood. It was a spire of crystalline glass and living bone, miles long, trailing long gossamer ribbons that drifted in the solar winds like the mane of a celestial beast. It didn't reflect light, it seemed to generate it, a soft, pale blue that made the Hope of Cinders look like a crude, rusted toy. The Ethelgard, Allura whispered, falling to her knees. The first seed. The ship that carried the Xyloth across the Great Divide. It was thought to be a myth, a nursery for the gods. It's beautiful, Miller breathed, her eyes reflecting the crystalline glow. It's a target, Sarah corrected, her voice tight. Look at the perimeter. Beyond the crystalline spire, the shadows were moving. Hundreds of obsidian needles, the silence's harvesters, were circling the Ethelgard like vultures. They weren't attacking, they were waiting. They were tethered to the crystalline spire by the same necrometallic tendrils Sarah had seen in the Ophiuchus cloud, siphoning away the blue light, turning the shimmering bone into dull, gray ash. They're eating it, Miller said, her voice trembling. They aren't destroying the ship. They're deconstructing its consciousness. They're downloading the Xyloth's history into the silence. Not if we have anything to say about it, Sarah said. She felt a surge of cold, focused fury. This was the final desecration. The silence didn't just want to kill them, it wanted to own their ancestors. Miller, battle stations. Allura, get the navigator ready. We're going to punch a hole in that blockade. Commander, we're outnumbered 100-1, Miller argued, though her hands were already arming the weapon systems. The moment we engage, they'll swarm us. They won't, Sarah said, a strange certainty settling over her. She touched the pilot's badge in her pocket. They're focused on the feed. They think we're just more debris. We're going to use the Ophiuchus shield. We're going to scream so loud they can't hear their own hunger. The Hope of Cinders surged forward, the phoenix swing of amber light reigniting around its hull. In the hangar, the navigator let out a roar, not of pain this time, but of challenge. The memories of the dead, the ghosts of the Ophiuchus cloud, were no longer a burden, they were a weapon. As the Hope crossed the threshold of the blockade, the obsidian needles reacted. They turned as one, their entropic eyes flaring with a hateful, sickly violet light. But before they could fire, the Hope broadcast the noise of defiance at maximum gain. It wasn't a radio signal. It was a psychic shockwave. The sound of a billion voices, singing in a language of pure emotion, tore through the silence's network. The obsidian needles wavered, their formations breaking as the static of life jammed their cold, logical processors. The necrometallic tendrils snapped, lashing out like wounded snakes as the Ethelgard let out a low, resonant chime, a response to the Hope's call. "We're through," Miller yelled, her face lit by the explosions of three needles that had collided in the chaos. "The Ethelgard is opening a docking bay. Commander, it's pulling us in." A beam of pure white light erupted from the crystalline spire, ensnaring the Hope of Cinders. It wasn't a tractor beam, it was an invitation. Sarah felt the ship accelerate, the stars blurring into long, white streaks as they were pulled toward the heart of the ancient vessel. The transition was instantaneous. One moment they were in the middle of a chaotic space battle, the next they were floating in a vast, silent cathedral of light. The interior of the Ethelgard was a forest of glass trees and floating rivers of liquid mercury. There were no walls, only layers of shimmering probability, shifting and changing to suit the thoughts of those within. "Stay here," Sarah commanded, her voice echoing in the vastness. "Miller, keep the engines hot. Alara, stay with the navigator. If the silence breaks through the hull, you blow the reactor. Don't let them have this place." "Sarah," Alara said, her eyes wide with fear, "you cannot go alone. The pilot, he is not what you think. He has been in the dark for a long time." "I've spent my whole life in the dark, Alara," Sarah said, stepping toward the airlock. "It's time someone turned on the lights." The airlock opened, and Sarah stepped out onto a floor that felt like frozen starlight. She didn't need a suit. The air was sweet and thick with the scent of ozone and blooming jasmine. She walked toward the center of the chamber, where a single, high throne of carved obsidian sat beneath a canopy of weeping willow branches made of fiber optics. Sitting on the throne was a man. He looked remarkably ordinary. He wore a flight suit that was scorched and frayed, the fabric ancient but meticulously patched. His hair was white, his skin lined with the deep creases of 1,000 years of gravity and grief. But his eyes were two burning points of gold, looking through Sarah as if she were made of glass. "You took your time, Commander Vance," the man said. His voice wasn't a sound, it was a vibration in her teeth, a memory of a voice she'd never heard. "You're the pilot," Sarah said, her hand resting on the grip of her sidearm. "The one who sent the signal, the one who started the war." The man smiled, a slow, sad movement. "I didn't start the war, Sarah. I just refused to lose it. The silence has been here since the beginning. It is the heat death of the soul. I merely built a wall to keep it out for a little while longer." "And now the wall is falling," Sarah said, gesturing to the gray ash creeping up the crystalline pillars. "The nurseries are being harvested. Your people are gone." "My people are not gone," the pilot said, standing up. He was taller than he looked, his presence filling the chamber until the air seemed to hum with his power. "They are waiting. They are the seeds in the garden. They are the songs in the wind. They are the potential that the silence fears." He walked toward her, his boots making no sound on the starlight floor. The silence doesn't hate us because we are loud, Sarah. It hates us because we are unfinished, because we can change. The silence is perfect, static, and dead. We are messy, evolving, and alive. He stopped a few feet away from her. The Ethilgard is not a ship. It is a forge. It was built to create the next stage of existence, but it needs a catalyst. It needs a soul that has known the depth of the dark and still chose to light a fire. Me, Sarah asked, a cold dread pooling in her chest. I'm a soldier. I've killed more things than I've saved. A soldier knows the value of what they protect, the pilot said. He reached out, his hand hovering over the pilot's badge in her hand. The Xyloth were poets, Sarah. They were dreamers, but they didn't know how to fight. They thought the universe would love them back if they were kind enough. They were wrong. He looked into her eyes, and for a moment, Sarah saw the end of the world, the fall of Earth, the burning of the Voral home world, the endless, cold hunger of the silence. I have been holding the line for 10,000 years, the pilot whispered, but I am tired. My fire is going out. If the Ethilgard falls, the silence will win, not just here but in every timeline, in every reality. They will erase the very idea of us. What do I have to do? Sarah asked, her voice steady despite the trembling in her soul. The pilot pointed to the obsidian throne. Sit, connect. Give the ship your memories, your rage, your hope. Become the conductor. The Ethilgard will use your spirit to broadcast a signal that will wake every nursery in the galaxy. It will turn the seeds into a forest. It will turn the noise into a storm that will wash the silence back into the void. And what happens to me? The pilot's eyes softened. You will become the song, Sarah. You will be everywhere and nowhere. You will be the guardian of the garden until the end of time. Sarah looked back toward the hope of cinders, visible through the translucent layers of the chamber. She saw Miller at the console, Alara praying, the navigator humming in his cradle. She saw the faces of the crew, the humans and the Voral, the broken and the brave, who had followed her into the heart of the abyss because they believed in a future they couldn't see. If I do this, Sarah said, do they live? Does the hope get away? The hope will be the first ship of the new age, the pilot promised. They will carry the message. They will be the gardeners. Sarah took a deep breath. She thought of the red dust of Mars, the blue oceans of Earth, the smell of rain on a summer afternoon, things she would never see again. She thought of the silence she had carried in her own heart for so long, the loneliness of command, the weight of the dead. I'm tired of being a soldier, Sarah whispered. She walked to the throne and sat down. The moment her skin touched the obsidian, the universe exploded. It wasn't a physical explosion, it was an awakening. Her mind was suddenly flooded with the sensory input of 1 billion solar systems. She felt the birth of stars, the slow grind of tectonic plates, the frantic heartbeat of a mouse in a field of wheat. She felt the grief of the Voral, the curiosity of the Xyloth, the raw, unyielding stubbornness of humanity. Now the pilot's voice echoed in her mind. Sing, Sarah Vance, sing for everything that ever was. Sarah opened her mouth, and instead of a scream, a wave of pure, golden light erupted from her chest. The Ethilgard shivered, its crystalline spires turning from blue to a blinding, incandescent gold. The gray ash was burned away in an instant, replaced by a blossoming of light that stretched out across the web of stars. On the bridge of the Hope of Cinders, Miller shielded her eyes as the screens whited out. "Commander, Sarah, what's happening?" "She is blooming," Alara whispered, her skin glowing with a radiance that matched the ship around them. "She is becoming the sun." The signal didn't just travel through space, it traveled through the spirit. In 12 different sectors of the galaxy, the hidden nurseries began to pulse. The glass trees shattered, releasing clouds of iridescent pollen that ignited the atmosphere. The unfinished, the copper foxes, the silver whales, the crystal spiders, all looked up at once, their eyes turning gold. They began to sing. It was a counter-frequency, a wave of existence so dense and so beautiful that the silence couldn't comprehend it. The obsidian needles around the Ethilgard didn't explode, they simply ceased to be. They dissolved into shadows and were swept away by the golden wind, their entropy neutralized by the sheer, overwhelming presence of life. Inside the throne room, the pilot stood over Sarah, his form fading into a mist of light. "Thank you," he whispered. "The garden is in good hands." And then he was gone. Sarah Vance was no longer a woman, she was a network. She was the Ethilgard, she was the Hope of Cinders, she was the 12 nurseries, and she was the billion souls waiting to be born. She felt the silence recoiling, fleeing back into the dark corners of the universe, terrified of the light that was now hunting them. But she also felt the Hope of Cinders beginning to move. "Go," she thought, and the word vibrated through the ship's hull like a mother's blessing. "Go and plant the seeds, I will be the light you follow home." Miller looked at the command chair, now empty, and then at the view screen. The Ethilgard was no longer a ship, it was a star, a new sun at the heart of the galaxy, casting a light that would never fade. "A course set for the nearest colony," Miller said, her voice thick with tears but steady. "Engage." The Hope of Cinders jumped into slipspace, not as a fugitive but as an ambassador. Behind them, the violet nebula pulsed one last time, a heartbeat that echoed across the stars, answering the question that had started it all. Humans were worth saving, not because they were perfect, but because they were the only ones brave enough to give the universe a voice. The garden was growing, and the gardener was watching. The transition was not a death, but a dilation. Sarah Vance felt the physical boundaries of her body, the ache in her lower back from the pilot's chair, the scar tissue on her knuckles, the copper taste of adrenaline evaporate like mist under a noon sun. In their place came a sensory input that should have shattered a human mind. She felt the gravitational tug of a binary system 3,000 light-years away. She felt the microscopic vibration of a voral child breathing in the cryobays of the Hope of Cinders. She felt the cold, jagged hunger of the remaining silence harvesters as they recoiled from the sudden solar flare of her consciousness. She was the Ethilgard. The ship's crystalline lattice was her nervous system, and the ancient, screaming radio waves of the graveyard sector were now her own thoughts, harmonized and hushed. "Miller," she tried to say, but the name didn't come out as speech. It vibrated through the Hope's internal comms as a sequence of melodic primes. On the bridge of the smaller ship, Miller froze, her hands hovering over the sublight throttles. "Commander," Miller whispered, looking at the empty air of the bridge. "Sarah, is that? Are you still in there?" "I am the light you follow home," the resonance replied. It wasn't Sarah's voice anymore, but it carried her cadence, her stubborn, unyielding iron. "The blockade is broken. The silence is blinded. Take the refugees, take the navigator. Go to the coordinates I am feeding into your nav computer. There is a world there, the first seed's shadow. It is green, Miller. It has air that doesn't taste of recycled carbon. Go." "We aren't leaving you," Miller shouted, her face contorting. "We didn't come this far to trade you for a bigger engine." "You aren't trading me," Sarah felt herself pulse, a ripple of gold light shimmering across the Hope's view screen. "You are planting me. If you stay, the silence will find the frequency of my protection and pierce it. If you run, I can spread my signal. I can wake the others. I can turn this graveyard into a fortress." In the hangar of the Hope, the navigator stood up from his meditation cradle. His multiple eyes were no longer weeping black fluid. They were clear, reflecting the amber glow of the Ethel Guard. He placed a hand against the bulkhead of the ship, his telepathic voice joining Sarah's in a soaring, wordless duet. He understood. The sacrifice wasn't an end, it was a broadcast. "She is right," Alara said, her silver skin shimmering with a newfound luster. She walked to Miller's side and placed a steadying hand on the pilot's shoulder. "The commander has become the shepherd. If we stay, we are just sheep huddling in the dark. If we go, we become the message she is sending to the universe. We have to tell them, Miller. We have to tell the rest of the galaxy that the silence can be fought. That the stars didn't just ask if we were worth saving, they answered." Miller looked at the screens, seeing the obsidian needles of the silence shattering like glass as the Ethel Guard's golden radiance expanded. The entropic field that had stifled the sector for eons was dissolving. For the first time in recorded history, the graveyard of stars was visible not as a tomb, but as a nursery. "Copy that, Shepherd," Miller choked out, her fingers blurring across the keys. "Engaging slipspace drive. We'll see you in the morning, Sarah." The Hope of Cinders lurched, its engines roaring with a power they had never possessed before, fed by a direct burst of energy from the Ethel Guard's core. With a flash of white light, the ship vanished, slipping into the folds of space-time toward a future that was no longer a desperate gamble, but a promise. Sarah watched them go. She watched them with a billion eyes. Now she turned her attention to the dark. The silence was not a single entity, but a collective of voids, a nihilistic consensus that life was a mistake, a noisy aberration in the perfect quiet of the vacuum. As Sarah's consciousness expanded, she felt them trying to adapt. They were shifting their frequencies, trying to find the note that would cancel her out. They surged forward in a final, desperate swarm, thousands of needles converging on the crystalline spire of the Ethel Guard. "You are too late," Sarah thought. She reached out through the iridescent filaments that connected the graveyard's stars. She didn't fire weapons, she didn't use lasers or missiles, she used memory. She broadcast the smell of a pine forest after a storm. She broadcast the feeling of a first kiss. She broadcast the agonizing, beautiful grief of a mother losing a child and the defiant joy of a soldier coming home. She flooded the silence's network with the one thing they couldn't process, the irrational, illogical, overwhelming weight of being alive. The silence didn't know how to categorize hope. It didn't have a file for sacrifice. As the emotional data hit their processors, the obsidian ships began to stutter. Their necrometallic hulls, built on the logic of decay, began to reject their own programming. They tore themselves apart, unable to reconcile the sudden influx of meaning with their mission of emptiness. One by one, the harvesters flickered and went out, their violet lights replaced by the steady, warm glow of the Ethelgard's influence. But Sarah knew this was only the first battle. The silence was vast, spanning the intergalactic voids. "Wake up," she whispered to the universe. In the Ophiuchus cloud, the drifting wrecks of ancient battles began to hum. The ghosts Sarah had encountered earlier, the echoes of the dead, found a new anchor. They weren't haunting the ruins anymore, they were becoming the sentinels of the sector. On a dozen forgotten moons, the Xyloth nurseries began to crack open. The creatures inside, the unfinished, stepped out into the light. They were strange, beautiful, and terrifying, but they weren't monsters. They were the next movement in the symphony. They looked up at the sky, seeing the new gold star at the center of the galaxy, and they began to build. They didn't build weapons, they built antennas. They built gardens. They built a civilization that didn't need to consume to survive. Years passed in the blink of a cosmic eye. To Sarah, time had become a tapestry she could weave. She watched the hope of cinders land on the green world. She saw Miller grow old, teaching a new generation of pilots how to listen to the hum of the stars. She saw Alara lead the Voral into a new era of transparency, their skin forever bright, no longer hiding in the shadows of the silence. She saw the Navigator become a bridge between species, translating the song of the Ethelgard for those who were still learning to hear. The galaxy was changing. The noise that the Voral had feared had become a conversation. Every now and then, a ship would pass near the graveyard of stars. They wouldn't get too close. The gravitational shear was still there, a natural barrier protected by the golden sun, but they would broadcast a greeting. A simple pulse of light, a thank you. And Sarah would answer. She sat on her obsidian throne at the heart of the Ethelgard, her form made of starlight and shadow. She wasn't lonely. How could she be? She was the rustle of leaves on 1,000 worlds. She was the spark of curiosity in a student's mind. She was the courage of a captain facing the unknown. The stars had asked if humans were worth saving. The pilot had thought the answer was yes, but he hadn't known why. He had only known how to hold the door opened. Sarah Vance, the soldier who had spent her life in the dark, had found the reason. Humans weren't worth saving because they were great or wise or kind. They were worth saving because they were the only ones who would look at a dying universe and decide to start a fire. They were the ones who would turn a scream into a song. Deep in the void, the last remnants of the silence retreated into the lightless spaces between galaxies. They were still there, waiting for the fire to go out, waiting for the universe to tire of its own existence. But as long as the golden star burned at the center of the web, as long as the Ethelgard broadcast its defiant melody, the dark would have to wait. Sarah leaned back into the throne, her eyes closed, her mind touching the edges of the infinite. She felt a small, familiar tug on her consciousness, a ship far out on the rim experiencing engine trouble, a crew of young explorers terrified and alone in the dark. She smiled, and the Ethel guard brightened, sending a ripple of warmth through the slip-space lanes to guide them. "I hear you," she whispered, her voice a billion miles long. "Don't be afraid, the lights are on." The graveyard of stars was silent no longer. It was a garden, and in the heart of the garden, the soldier had finally found her peace, standing guard over the dawn of everything. The war wasn't over, perhaps it would never be, but for the first time since the beginning of time, the light was winning. And that was enough.